Jonathan Bruns,
Here.
Lenka Wright. Hear you, Lenka.
Present.
Thank you. BJ Fadum. Sylvia Alvarez.
Present.
Freddie Sidbury.
Present.
Andrew Dillifson.
Present.
Ramon Martinez. Ramon, would you be able to affirm your attendance? I see you there, Ramon. And Adina?
Here.
Gloria Collins?
Here.
Dee Berrigan?
Here.
You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the orders of the day?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we get a vote, please?
Jonathan?
Aye.
Lenka?
Aye.
EJ? Sylvia?
Aye.
Freddie?
Aye.
Andrew?
Aye.
Ramon?
Here.
Thank you. We're approving the orders of the day. Would you like to approve the orders of the day?
Yes.
Thank you. And Adina?
Yes.
Gloria?
Yes.
Dee?
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Tonight we are holding a public hearing on the draft maps. And so before we continue, we do have some information regarding interpretation services that are available during this meeting. Will the city clerk play the video on interpretation services, please?
Yes, give me a second. I forgot to open it.
Hola y bienvenidos a esta reunión. Para acceder a la función de interpretación, haga clic en el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la ventana de Zoom y selecciona el idioma que desea. Para escuchar claramente el audio de interpretación, le recomendamos que también seleccione la opción para silenciar el audio original, que es la opción más baja en el menú después de hacer clic en el icono del globo.
Xin chào và cảm ơn quý vị đã tham dự buổi họp ngày hôm nay. Để truy cập vào phần thông dịch của ứng dụng Zoom, xin nhấn vào biểu tượng hình quả địa cầu ở phía dưới của màn hình và chọn ngôn ngữ theo ý muốn của quý vị. Để nghe rõ lời phiên dịch, chúng tôi khuyến khích quý vị chọn chức năng tắt âm thanh gốc nằm ở phía cuối trong phần tùy chọn của biểu tượng quả địa cầu.
Okay, thank you. Next item 2, public record. There's no public record, so we'll move on. Item 3, consent calendar. We don't have anything for the consent calendar. So item 4, reports and information. This is our third hearing meeting to review and go over draft maps. And so we've got our consultant redistricting partners here today to go over another draft map. We will also hear from a few members of the public who will be presenting their proposed map for us to consider. I would encourage each one of us to ask any questions that you may have regarding these draft maps, and it would be my suggestion that today we start to at least make some efforts in working with one of these maps to start, you know, doing some line mapping and trying to move some boundaries around to make some progress and move forward to get a map selected and see what you know, effects proposed line changes have to certain boundaries, to certain communities of interest. So I think we reached a point in this in our process where I think it's important to hear from everybody and give input so that we can help facilitate and help the consultant bring us maps that are closer to what we desire and in line with what we've been hearing from the public. There is no agenda item for community of interest testimony, but we will still be accepting public interest testimony during the public comment section of the meeting. And we are also accepting written testimony. You can also visit the City of San Jose Redistricting Commission website to review the written testimony that we've received and to review the proposed maps that have been submitted as well. That page has been updated by the city clerk. That's all I have. Does the clerk have a report for us today?
No, I don't have a report. I just wanted to, I was going to say the exact same stuff you just said.
Okay, great. Now, before we move on, are there any members of the public that would like to address the report section? You can raise your hand and the clerk will call on you.
Okay, so this is specific to what the chair just said. The first speaker is Cher. Cher, go ahead.
I got an unmute opportunity. My name is not Cher, it's Richard Agiloni, and I have wanted to speak during the public comments section, but I don't know why I just got the opportunity to unmute. I don't think it was meant for me.
Well, your hand is up and your screen name is actually Cher. You might be sharing a Zoom computer with somebody, so it's coming up with that person's name.
Okay.
But we, I can change your name right now. You said it was Richard?
Yeah, Richard Agiloni, Ajluni. I don't think this is the opportunity for the public to present, is it?
Not yet.
So I'll chime back in later. I guess
Okay.
I should lower my hand for now. Sorry to.
Yeah, we can do that for you too. Thank you. Okay, Tessa Woodmansey.
Good. Well, I guess, Tony, if you're chairing this whole thing, what is the exact topic, which is, you said it has to be on this topic. And so it was just the work plan. Is that what we're talking about right now?
No, right now, I'm not the chair, and Adina's the chair, and she just kind of went over how the meeting's going to be structured today. So this is public comment on what she just said. We will, and I'll say this to everybody who has their hand up, we're going, and I'll repeat what Adina said, we're going to get a presentation from your districting partners on their map. We have a few, at least 2 people, maybe more, who want to present their own maps. So we're going to hear those presentations, and then we're going to take public comment on the draft maps. So if your hand is up because you want to talk about the draft maps and the redistricting part, that's the next opportunity to speak. This is specifically on how the meeting is being structured today.
Okay, I'll make a comment. Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Tony. Really appreciate that. And so, yeah, just, I appreciate the structure of the meeting. It was very helpful that Blair helped me even look at the different maps So I would say overall, it's hard to understand what redistricting really is about, even though I got to see. So that I'm just talking about the public input, public outreach, because it's sort of like redistricting, and it just sort of goes over your head. It's like, okay, but what is really important is that you are looking at creating more districts to have more equity, is what I see. And then my district, District 6, that is like mostly white people, red line neighborhoods, single family homes. District 6, you're trying to make those into more, reaching out to more, I guess, disadvantaged communities, and creating more equity by doing that. And so I was just thinking that, when we go forward with this, because we don't understand even what redistricting could really be about, and I think it's better to explain the philosophy behind redistricting from what I see. Now, maybe that's not the only issues, but I think explaining to the public more about why redistricting, what are we looking at, and what is this, public resources, taxpayer dollars that are going towards redistricting. So that's just my comment on that. And then the only other comment that I have is I'm also interested in the fact that you're even taking public comments on redistricting. I didn't even know that, because that was something that I've been thinking about, is that we need much smaller districts so that we have more local, hyper local governance. And so that's interesting that you're even taking that. So just more outreach to explain.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for that explanation, Tony. I wanted to speak on district mapping things, but I'll just simply wait till public comment at the next item. Thanks for your explanations.
Todd Williams.
I just wanted to suggest, since this is I think called a community meeting, that we would be able to see who's attending the meeting and how many people are attending. For some reason, we're blocked in this Zoom meeting. If it wasn't COVID and we were at a council meeting room or something, I would be able to see the other attendees and who is showing interest in this and how many people. And it seems odd to me that we're blocked. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cher, and we have 87 attendees outside of the panelists right now. Go ahead, Cher.
Hi, thank you for unmuting me this time. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So yeah, you said that we should ask questions about the maps. I have no idea how we're supposed to ask questions. There's no chat open. We can't see the participants. There's no back and forth communication. I would like to know, how do we ask questions? And then I would like to know, do the letters from the public get incorporated? You mentioned that the written testimony gets incorporated and looked at apparently. Does the feedback in the letters from the public get incorporated into any of this? But mostly I would like to know, why isn't the chat on? Why can't we see the participants? How the heck are we supposed to ask questions when you guys talk, we say things for 2 minutes, and there's no back and forth and no way to ask questions? That's it for now. Thanks.
The next speaker is Brian Macias.
Yeah, hi. My topic's not exactly on council redistricting, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk about school district lines. I understand this might have been a topic last week, and I just wanted to see what the venue is to talk about those district lines that have been in place for a long time. My kid, we live 2 blocks away from an elementary school that we're not in the school district for. So we don't go to that school, and his friends that live in the neighborhood go to the school. So now as my kids progress through schools, they're going to other schools with kids that kind of live further away from us. And it just kind of carries on through high school. So I wanted to express interest in finding out where I could talk to somebody about school district lines. And I imagine it's probably the school district, right? So thank you. That's all.
Yeah, and while the public comment is not supposed to be a dialogue, I will say that we do not look at the school district lines. That is done, I believe, at the school district level. It might be done at the county level. I'm actually not sure. I'll look that up and tell you at the end of the meeting. Okay, that was the final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 5, public hearing. Tonight we will be holding a public hearing on the draft maps that have been drawn by one of the maps by our consultant redistricting partners. We also have some members of the public who will be presenting their map. At this time, I will ask any member of the public who has a map to present, if you could please raise your hand so that the city clerk can add you on as a panelist. So we'll first hear from Chris at Redistricting Partners on draft plan C3. And then we'll go through each of the presenters who will have 5 minutes to present. After each presentation, commissioners will have an opportunity to ask any questions of the presenters. Once the last presenter is done, we will open it up for public comment. And then after public comment, what I would like to do is go ahead and start to pick 1 or 2 of these maps to start suggesting some line changes with Chris. So with that said, I will now turn it over to Chris from Redistricting Partners. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to share my screen. And I just wanted to start by answering the brief question of what is redistricting. I know this is repetitive, but I think for those in the public that are here for the first time, redistricting occurs every 10 years after the census, and its underlying purpose is to ensure that there's equal representation of every person in the United States, from Congress all the way down to Board of Supervisors, City Council, and other district lines. And our guiding principles really are about equal population between districts, making sure that all districts are contiguous, meaning that there aren't islands within districts, they don't hop and skip. And under the Fair Maps Act, I think one of our biggest and most important criteria going forward is listening to public input, because the community of interest testimony and the community of interest record is the third criteria that we have to follow. And so it's so important that we have, as Tony had said, I think 87 people online watching this and having the ability to testify. So with that, I just wanted to briefly get into or begin our discussion with the current lines. This is a map of the current lines in the city of San Jose, and just again, focusing really on what those current lines look like with the 2020 census. Although we're focused on equal population of each district, at the local level, we have a tool, a 10% deviation from the largest to smallest district by population is allowable. So we can use that to help balance all the criteria and all the community of interest testimony that has come before us. Looking at our current lines, you can see that District 4 is the largest overpopulated district of the 10. It is 17,394 people overpopulated from the ideal, or 17.1%. And its neighbor, District 3, is the other district in San Jose that is greatly overpopulated by 6.5%. You can see most of the districts actually are under-deviated from the ideal. The lowest populated district of the 10 is District 10 at negative 7.1%. So our efforts really, if we're looking to the current lines, are figuring out how to rebalance and move the current lines to try to get us under that 10% total deviation. And the current lines, just for everyone's edification, the total deviation is 24.2%. So getting into C3, we heard from you very clearly that you really wanted to see a map that looked at current lines and made as minimal changes as possible really focused on uniting as many neighborhoods as possible with the fewest neighborhood splits. So that's what C3 is as a plan. It's taking the old plan C and altering it to look to a minimal change or preserving the cores of the current districts. And so this is a map you can see of all the neighborhoods that are shaded. It's very complicated, I think, to understand. But what I really want to look at is this map, which shows all of the current lines are the shaded colors, and the draft plans are outlined in black. And I just wanted to point out a couple changes within each district. So District 1, you can see, because it was underpopulated, added the Vanity Fair neighborhood in whole. District 2 really didn't change much. It was almost at ideal. The one thing that it did pick up was the Coyote area, the southern portion of the city that was in District 8, but from our perspective, this is a non-contiguous addition to District 8. So we wanted to make sure that District 2 was contiguous, and so it took in the whole southern portion. Getting into District 3 and 4, these are the two overpopulated districts, and you can see that District 4 has given some population over to District 3 in this area. And one thing that had to happen, well, that happened in this plan, but I think we need to get into a little more, is that District 4 has all of Berryessa in it, but Penitencia Creek is split. It wasn't split in the prior in the current lines, but if we wanted to unify Penitencia Creek in District 4, we would need to give additional population to 3 or to 5 because it would overpopulate 4 by around 7%, and that's just too big to keep us in that 10% deviation. The other thing about District 3, and which I think many of you discussed, was that it keeps downtown whole in this configuration and includes the neighborhoods of University, South University, and Negley, all whole in District 3. District 5, you can see, did gain part of Penitencia and also kept Little Portugal is now whole in District 5. District 6, you can see it was slightly under deviated and lost population in Vanity Fair to District 1. But what that allowed it to do was pick up and unify the neighborhoods of Bagley, Willow Vale, Cherry, Willow Glen South, and Briarwood, all in District 6. District 8, you can see, has very slight alteration. All that really changed is the unification of Welch Park. District 9 had to grow in population and move north into this area along between 9 and 10, and 10 also moved north into District 7, taking in this area. So I think those are the major changes. You can see that 9 and 10 as the smallest districts were the ones that had to grow. Districts 3 and 4 were the largest and had to shrink slightly and distributed their areas a little bit to other neighboring districts. The other thing I want to show is the total deviation of this plan. It's 5.8%, with now District 4 still overpopulated by 3.1%. That is the highest deviation and from the ideal by population, and Districts 8 and 9 now are the smallest districts. They're under populated by 2.7%. You can see by total number, it's District 9 is the smallest district of the 10. So I think one thing too to realize is this plan also incorporated written and public comments and districtor maps going along to see what neighborhoods should be kept together and where the lines should change depending, from when we move neighborhoods from district to district. These are all, of course, draft maps that can be changed. And in future hearings, we'll still be able to make changes to any of the draft plans that come forward. Tonight, if the commission is interested, I have Maptitude ready, our mapping software. So if we want to look at changes to the C3 plan, that's loaded and ready to dive into. So we can start looking at if we want to move this neighborhood from one district to another, the zero-sum nature of redistricting, as when you move from one district to another, you have to move population back to try to balance for the movement. So it can have domino effects, but I think by working through C3, I hope we'll be in a good place moving forward. And we can also pull up other plans as we go, if to the commission's need. So that is the end of my presentation on C3, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any commissioners who have questions for Chris about draft plan C3? I see Commissioner Dillison, your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to note that, in my opinion, this map reflects multiple rounds of comments now with redistricting partners, and achieves many of the goals I think we were all chatting about. It's still work to be done, but I want to thank Chris for hearing what we had to say, hearing what the public had to say, because I think this does achieve, going back several meetings, kind of what our goal was to see a minimal change that we could be a little more surgical with. And so I'm definitely a strong proponent of using this map as a catapult to get to a final draft. Not that I'm not interested to hear all the presentations, but I think this is a very good place to start.
Thank you. Commissioner Bruns?
Yeah, thank you first for that presentation. It might just be because I have these pulled up on my computer on my end to zoom in a little bit more so I can try and get a little bit more of a detailed look. Some of the parts in this one, I think you said it was C3, looks slightly different from what I am able to look at, especially when it comes to the Valley Fair area. But particularly, most of the public comments that especially we've received for recently are about District 3 with a few other smatterings in there here and there. This map kind of looks like it splits off the little Portugal area perhaps from the Five Wounds. If it doesn't do that, then let me know if that's what's not going on. I'm just reading it wrong. But I believe most public comment is saying we should keep these areas together, and if we're having that strong of an outpouring for this area, then I think that should take a little bit more precedence over desirable percentages of population in there, even though 3 and 4 are the perhaps most densely populated areas of here or of the city.
So, Commissioner Bruns, you are correct. Little Portugal is split. It's in 5, and 3 is in, and Five Wounds is in 3. But I think we can explore it later. But I believe we probably could move Little Portugal back into District 3, and we can explore that later when we do live line drawing.
Yeah, and I'm sure there will be some public comment. If I'm wrong about that, then they'll correct me. If I'm right, though, hopefully there will be people who say, yeah, this is part of that neighborhood and it should stay the same. But thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alvarez?
Yes, I'm looking at District 8 at the very southern end. It's running up, it looks as though it's running along the freeway. But I see that we're perhaps still part of 2 is in that, is on the other side, on the eastern side. There's a small section that has always been part of District 2, and it's definitely on the other side of the freeway, should be part of District 8. Can we do that? Can we actually make it a cleaner line?
So I think, are you talking about this area here?
Yes, I'm talking about the area that's next to the freeway. It still looks like
Right.
we're part of District 2.
Yeah,
we
so
make
this
that
isn't contiguous.
Yes,
So
I know.
District 8, I mean, I would look to your city attorney, but from my understanding, because this is connected to District 2, it needs to connect this way. And District 8, you can see currently has this little nub here that is not connected at all to District 8, but is wholly surrounded by District 2.
Yep.
So that's a little bit, that from a mapping standpoint is not contiguous, and neither is this contiguous to 8. So there's no touching of it.
I
Like,
know, it's because we have a lot of undeveloped land in between.
right,
know,
but you can't, so the rule on like, the rule, like if this was a true island, you could connect it to the closest district. So that's like for this portion of this, I think this is like 111 people. I was looking at it earlier. It's very close to District 10, so I think you could connect it this way. I think the cleaner break would be to put all of Coyote area into District 2, because they're all connected
No,
by
but
land.
the issues are very different, totally different. The community issues that we have in District 8 are very different from District 2. That may look like it should be, but in terms of the way we have been operating in the District 8 and the school district, because I sat in the school district for 16 years, the issues are very different. The way you have it, District 8 has to sit the way it is, that you've attached it to the bottom part of us, attached it to District 2 because it's contiguous, I guess, but the issues are not the same.
The hard part is the law is, it's a yes or no. It's either contiguous or it's not. So there's not a lot of wiggle room. I would look to your city attorney on this one. If he tells me I can add it back to 8, I'll follow his lead. I just, on this area of the law, it's pretty clear that this is a huge contiguity issue with pushing. Go ahead.
Sorry if I interrupt. Yeah, I can weigh in on that. So at the time that this map was passed in 2011, under the city charter, contiguity is permissive. You may consider it, but now with the Fair Maps Act, it has to be contiguous. And so Chris is correct. It's either a yes or no. And so even though the issues may be different, the Fair Maps Act, which does apply to charter cities in this particular instance, requires that districts are contiguous.
Well, District 8 is got a lot of land, undeveloped land, and so that's what we have the space between the upper part and the lower part of District 8. I understand the definition totally, and I guess what I see here is you've done your best to do what you can to make us sort of contiguous.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my effort. I'm not trying to be difficult on this one.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Chris, I want to thank you for your efforts and with redistricting partners, because this is a very tough task, especially with, as you were just explaining about the areas that they have to be contiguous, that they can't be apart from one another. So just want to thank you for your efforts. And I think we're getting closer to where we want to be, but I am looking forward to the testimony that we'll be hearing from the public tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Berrigan?
Thank you. Chris, thank you again for the work that you've done on this map. And I have seen some of the improvements, expanding, the District 3 area into 5 wounds and including Roosevelt Park. Just to give you some insight, Roosevelt Park, 5 wounds are the same neighborhood. So I just want to repeat that again. 5 wounds is that the church, that area is the beginning of Little, and that is just west of Highway 101. East of Highway 101 is where Little Portugal becomes Little Portugal North, Little Portugal South. If we could keep those in District 3, I'd like to advocate that we try our best to do that, because like I mentioned in the last meeting last week, these are the older neighborhoods of San Jose. It is still a part of the core. It's the gateway east, the gateway west of the city, and very symbolic. So anything we can do to keep these together, these communities together as one, really does help. So thank you.
Thank you. And we can come back to this draft map with Chris and have him show us some different scenarios on Maptitude based on those desired changes. Commissioner Martinez, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Chris. I'm having trouble with my vision seeing some of this detail. I'm asking, is this map something I have on my email, and what is the date of it? And especially the census data, you know, that is reflected by these new changes. Is that something I have? And if so, what date is it? So I can get it off my computer to look at it.
I don't know if each of these map packets were emailed to you, but they're now all online. Another thing that's online, so there's a packet that includes like the overview maps and the data table as PDFs, and then there's also the ability. There's a HTML or web map link that you can click on and zoom in and zoom out to see street level detail.
I would ask that this information be posted on this site, because if I as a commissioner can't find it, I don't know how the general public can find anything.
I believe it is on the city website, the city redistricting website.
I'm asking what I need some, you know, this has to be specifically posted so people can look at it up close.
I understand.
Hi, this is Tony Tabor, City Clerk. I'm actually going to show you. It's in 2 places. It's attached to the agenda for this meeting. So when you received a link to the agenda, which is here, when you receive a link to the agenda for today, it will have all of the attachments that we're talking about at the meeting linked. So they're all here. The HTML version, which allows you to zoom in, as well as the PDF version. And if you go to our regular website and you click on the draft map link, the same documents are also on the website. That way people don't, and I'm saying this for the members of the public who are here as well, instead of having to always go to the agenda, everything that's been attached to agendas is also going to be attached on this website. So the draft plan C3 PDF is here, the HTML is here. We're also linking the letters from the public and the presentations onto this page, so you don't click on every meeting date. So when you received your agenda link, the agenda link would have had all of those documents linked to it.
Yeah, I'm just asking, it's the C3 that's dated 10/18.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alvarez, is your hand raised again, or is this from your prior question?
It's raised again. It's raised again.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I wanted to suggest, I went to the county's webpage because they're also redistricting the county seats. And I saw that they have on their webpage, their main webpage, they have their maps posted all together. So you're not having to go digging into them like the way we have them. Is there any way we can do that for our
Yeah. I'll talk to the webmaster. I don't have the ability to update the homepage, but I'll see if he can get a link directly to the redistricting draft map page on the front page.
Why can't we do it like the counties where they have their main webpage and they have all the maps right there where you can see them?
Well, I don't manage the website, so I need to talk to the webmaster. So let me.
Okay, that would be really helpful. Yeah. And you can compare, or you can see which ones you really want to study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to move on to the presentations from the public on their maps. And Tony, if you could please help me introduce
I believe Jeffrey Buchanan will be first. And I think he has two people with him. Rich Al-Ajaluni, I'm not sure if you're having a map to present or if you just wanted to do public comment. You raised your hand, so I moved you over.
I do have a map to present.
Okay, awesome. So we'll start with Jeffrey Buchanan, then we'll go to Greg Ripa, and then Richard Al-Ajaluni. And we're asking you to try to do it within 5 minutes. We're not going to mute you at 5, but I am going to start my video, which will have a timer running in the background.
Great. Sorry, I'm just getting the presentation queued up.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
Richard, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Richard Konda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance and a co-author of this redistricting plan. I'd like to present the San Jose Unity Map. Our democracy works best when it reflects all our voices, no matter who we are, what we look like, or what's in our wallets. Yet across the country, we continue to see efforts to disenfranchise Black, Brown, and Asian voters and weaken the political voice of working people and tenants. Now we have a chance to protect our voices and fight back against voter suppression right here in San Jose. That's why we've come together with a coalition of local civil rights, labor, and community-based organizations to create a new electoral district map known as the Unity Map. The Unity Map will help ensure all of our votes have equal weight, each of our voices equal stature, and each of our communities equal resources, creating a more equitable and just city and county for our Black, Latinx, Asian, and Indigenous neighbors. The Unity Map was created together by the Asian Law Alliance, NAACP, San Jose Silicon Valley, the South Bay Labor Council, the Latino Leadership Alliance, La Raza Roundtable de California, and many others to redraw our maps in a way that increases the representation of voters of color, renters, and working families. The main features of the map include across districts, combined voice of Asian, Hispanic, Black, Indigenous, and renter population. Retains VRA Asian majority minority districts D4 and D8 and Asian pluralities D1. Retains a majority population Hispanic district D5, creates a second downtown district to accommodate westward growth of downtown, better connects renters in communities of interest along I-85 in South San Jose, better retains and combines communities of interest addressing public comments. Now I'll turn it over to Andres to walk through the districts.
Hi everyone, my name is Andres Quintero. I'm on the board of the Latino Leadership Alliance, and I'm going to describe some of the major changes and the outcomes that Santa Clara County, that the San Jose Unity Map includes. And so, with District 1, we retain all of District 1 from 2011 lines. It adds formerly District 6 neighborhoods west of 880, including Quarry neighborhood. Racial and ethnic mix remains roughly the same. In District 2, we retain Oak Grove, Coyote Creek, Hayes, Round Table. We add diverse multifamily communities of interest in Blossom Hill, McEwen, Hoffman, Viamonte, and Erickson. Hoffman Viamonte is from D10, Erickson is from D9. It moves parts of Santa Teresa to unite a community of interest in D10, in District 10. It grows its Hispanic population plurality to 37.5%, remains a white CVAP plurality, but major gains across Asian, Hispanic, Black CVAP. It adds large portions of renters. In District 3, we retain, it includes San Jose State, San Jose International Airport, SAP, Center, City Hall, East Santa Clara Business District, SOFA, Nagley Park, Japantown, Northside, Horace Mann, Hensley, Historic District, South University, Washington, Guadalupe, Gardner, Delmas Delmas Park, Little Portugal, remains a diverse downtown district with a slight Hispanic CVAP plurality and significant gains in Asian population. In District 4, grew more than any district. It retains Berryessa, Alviso, Penitencia Creek, so a Filipino community of interest landmark, Delano Manongs Park. It moves Independence High School area from District 5 and area east of San Jose City Council District 3. Retains an Asian VRA majority minority status with Asian population and CVPA majorities. District 5 retains old lines encompassing most of East Side San Jose. Alum Rock Business Corridor adds neighborhoods around Independence High School, Ocala Middle School. It moves part of Foothills to District 8, remains a Hispanic population majority and nearly majority CVAP. District 3 and District 6, it retains the Shasta Hanchett Park, parts of Burbank, Buena Vista, Sherman Oaks, and northern portions of Willow Glen. It adds western portions of downtown core, Market Almaden, Vendome, Little Italy, Tamian, and it also moves parts of Willow Glen from District 9 and Corey in District 1. It becomes a Hispanic plurality and the CVAP majority. District 10 retains the previous lines, including Alma, Rock Springs, McLaughlin Corridor, 7 Trees. It remains one of the most diverse districts in the city with roughly evenly weighted Asian and Hispanic populations and an Asian CVAP plurality. District 8 retains existing D8 and moves area around Ocala Middle School and remains an Asian VRA majority minority district. District 9 retains Southern Willow Glen and related communities of interest of Thousand Oaks and Pinehurst and Cambrian. It adds Carson and Vista Park. It moves Erickson and Southwest Corner. It remains a white population plurality and CVAP majority. District 10 retains Almaden Valley, adds Santa Clara Foothills, Cottle, Oak Ridge, Palmilla. It moves McEwen, Huffman Viamonte, Blossom Hill, District 2, and Carson and Vista Park, District 9. Remains a white population plurality and CVAP majority. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation and for taking the time to work with your coalition to bring forward this map. I think that it's important to have the organizations you represent at these meetings, as there are a number of historically underrepresented populations in our city who rely on the services that your organizations provide to be able to speak to their needs. I do value the principles of equity and diversity that went behind the development of this map, and I do appreciate the efforts that were made to keep many of the communities of interest that have brought testimony into consideration. I will say that I think this is a good map as a starting point for us. I do have some questions as far as what considerations were made in certain areas where you know, I'm struggling to see where we can you know, adopt something similar to this map while still accounting for the requirements, the traditional requirements of redistricting, just such as like contiguity and compactness. For example, I'm curious to know this little triangle up in the proposed District 3 that goes into District 6 now, what considerations were going on to make that. And I'm also curious about the District 2, District 10 division, which for me is not as compact as I would, you know, like it to be.
Hi, this is Jeffrey Buchanan with Silicon Valley Rising Action. I think we really took the testimony from communities of interest very seriously in the downtown area. I think in the presentation you heard, you know, we tried to keep. Let me put up a layer that shows the neighborhood associations. So we try to keep Japantown, Hensley Historic District, Horace Mann, St. James Park, the Nagley Park Community Campus Association, Five Wounds, Little Portugal, the East Santa Clara Business Association Corridor. Many of the community members that have come out expressing interest in keeping their portions of the downtown, those historic neighborhoods together. And so, we heard from folks in the north side as well throughout this process. And so that left us in trying to look at the growth that we're seeing both west of 87 and immediately east of 87. We think that in looking at the populations, you have really a need for a second downtown district, but we've heard the community wanting to keep the traditional historic neighborhoods of downtown together and keeping those paired with the key landmarks of downtown. So that's the airport, that's San Jose State, and City Hall. And so to accomplish that, we end up with essentially that little triangle with some of the residential neighborhoods immediately east of the airport coming together with essentially the western edge of downtown core leading over 87 and into some of the more densely populated, more multifamily neighborhoods in the north of current District 6. And also keeping Guadalupe, Washington, and Gardner and Delmas Park, which were neighborhoods that have also submitted testimony and expressed concerns about being COI and connected to D3. Commissioner Chair Cardenas, could you state the second question again? I forgot.
Yes, the second question was regarding the boundary line between District 2 and District 10.
Yeah. So in looking at, for those who are familiar with South San Jose, there is a strip of I-85 that is rather densely populated with multifamily neighborhoods that are quite different than some of the other neighborhoods within the districts they're currently located. So, communities like Blossom Hill and Hoffman Viamonte, they're often discussed in city council as kind of outliers within their own district in terms of the needs of the populations that are within them. And so, given that kind of understanding of how those communities relate to other neighborhoods that have similar demographics, similar housing types and development needs, we thought it made sense to try to create a set of communities of interest along the I-85 corridor of those multifamily neighborhoods. And District 2 had a very similar profile, both in terms of economics and race and ethnicity to those neighborhoods. And so we thought it made sense to draw them together.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? I see Commissioner Alvarez, your hand is raised.
Yes, I do. Could you go back and show me District 8?
Thing. Let me turn this off because the neighborhood piece gets a little hard to read. Okay, so District 8 pretty much retains the old District 8 line, with the exception of as the gentleman from Redistricting Partners pointed out earlier. Originally, we had maintained that similar line in the southern portion of 8 that now we're learning is non-contiguous. So in response to the comments we had heard in the last commission hearing, we took that part out of 8 and put it in 2. It's pretty lightly populated.
That whole section, you brought it into District 2?
So, sorry, it was this part right here that was in 2. That was formerly in 8 right here. So this was 2 before. This was right here. I'm sorry, my cursor was in the wrong part. Let me pull up the old lines just so you can see them.
So, but I don't understand, why did you put it in 2 when we're on the other side of the freeway? And these two, District 8 from the northern side and the southern side, I mean, they've always operated as one.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't understand, why would you put the lower half of that portion of District 8 into District 2?
Yeah, so initially we had put, as I said, I mean, I think we'd be happy to put that, we would prefer to put that into 8. We took the comments from the redistricting partners about that might be illegal into consideration in drawing this, but if the city attorney were to, as the comments earlier were stated, say that that's okay, we would be perfectly fine with putting that back into 8 and keeping, our intent was to keep the original District 8 lines. And so if we could get an answer on that, we'd be more than happy to adjust and keep all that in District 8, because that was our initial preference.
Well, I would definitely pursue that for my district, that make the go, at least to go back to the map that they had indicated, that we're at least further along the freeway than the way you've got us. You've taken a big chunk of us.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, we'd be, initially we had that, but then we had heard the comments from redistricting partners. So we'd be more than happy to put that back into 8 if that's something that's acceptable.
The thing about 8, it is the district with the most undeveloped land that's waiting. I'm sure developers are waiting to get their hands on it. But luckily we have that land set aside for industrial park. And the other parts of District 8 are parks. And yeah, I definitely would want to put District 8 the way it was before.
But we would agree if it's possible, but that's what our preference would be as well.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a city attorney here, and if I could just weigh in, it's something that we'll look into. But as I mentioned earlier, at the time that this map was drawn in 2011, the law was different. And so we'll look into the Fair Maps Act and see what wiggle room there is. But you know, my suggestion would be to proceed as if it was not part of District 8 and make it contiguous.
Thank you. Commissioner Dilvoson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wish to reiterate my strong, frankly, objection to what's going on at this map, particularly in District 6. I mean, it does not reflect the community of interest writings we received, the testimony we received. It splits Willow Glen in half, moves Willow Glen High School into a completely different district. You know, I'm reading articles on San Jose Spotlight, which suggest that this labor-led coalition is injecting a political component into this process, which personally makes me very uncomfortable. We're not compensated. We're not political operatives. We're volunteers. And it feels like a little bit like interests are moving covertly instead of just being candid with what the purpose of this actually is. And when I overlay that with what the actual public has said, there's zero chance I could ever support the map, particularly in District 6, as currently constituted. And to reiterate, it splits Willow Glen in half. It extends Willow Glen into downtown, north and into downtown of the 87. It splits up downtown districts. It has this bizarre boot here that crosses over the expressway. It doesn't have any real respect for major thoroughfares. Again, what it seems like is that there was, I don't know enough about this to really speak in an educated manner, but what the comments that I've received and that I've read suggest that this appears to be some form of gerrymandering. And really the point here is to respect the communities of interest, not to light our districts on fire and redo them to the benefit of whoever is behind drawing the maps. And as I said last time, I fully support the group's equity, and the very name of this map puts us in a position where if we do not support it, somehow we don't support equality or equity, which could not be further from the truth. So I also resent that strategy. And in my professional career, I've seen labels and characterizations used and weaponized, and I kind of feel like that's happening here. So with that, I just want to conclude that I strongly oppose this map, and I would prefer that we focus on something that clearly articulates our goals for weeks on end now, which is the C3 map, which is a minimal change map that we can move to address specific items of community interest that we receive. That is our charge, to respect the charter and to hear what the community says and to try to reflect that to the best of our ability. And I don't see that the primary purpose of this map was any of the elements in the charter. I really don't. And so with that, I would just urge the other commissioners to really think about what our duty here is, what our charge here is, and what map actually reflects and furthers those goals.
Thank you, Commissioner Fadem.
I don't know. If
I'm
Richard or
sorry.
Andres,
Before,
sorry.
sorry. Before Commissioner Fadem speaks, I'm sorry, Mr. Buchanan, did you have a comment or response?
No, yeah, I was just to see if Richard or Andres wanted to jump in, but just wanted to share one point if they did not have a comment.
I could speak unless Richard wants to go. I'll jump in. There's some significant charges that were raised against our coalition of the NAACP has been attacked many times, similar charges by similar groups in the South and other places and here. And, we're volunteers. I'm a volunteer. I don't get paid. This is my day job. I actually donate to the organization that I serve on, so I actually don't get a check. And so for these charges to be leveled, they're pretty serious. So like I said, historically, these things have already been leveled against those individuals who are fighting for civil rights, for giving people who have historically been disenfranchised a voice. And so it's par for the course and we're used to it. So, I'm sure that the public can see through this and are aware of what's going on here.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that you've heard in the presentation the communities of interest that we listed that we were able to keep together. This map goes to pretty extensive means to keep communities of interest together. I understand the commissioner's concern about his particular community in Willow Glen, but I think it's worth noting that Willow Glen has been divided into 3 districts historically. It hasn't been all in one district. Moving the line of where it's divided a few blocks north, while I can understand his individual concern, it doesn't change the fact that that community has been traditionally divided across a number of council districts. So we're not adding a new line. We're simply moving a line somewhat north and maintaining a tremendous number of communities of interest. Even in the downtown area, some of the comments that have been raised about what communities are or are not connected. I think hopefully commissioners heard the list of communities of interest that we retained in District 3. It's almost to a letter the neighborhood associations that have raised concern about wanting to remain in District 3. The one exception being the Benedome neighborhood, I would say that does move into District 6 for transparency. But I think this map actually goes to tremendous steps to keep things together, to keep the business corridors. You've seen a letter from some of the business associations about keeping the East Santa Clara, SOFA, and Almaden corridors together. This map does that. So I would push back on the challenge that we're somehow denigrating communities of interest with this map.
Also, just in terms of the unity, I mean, to be honest, to try to come together between the different interests that we all represent, it's not a simple task. And it took us some amount of time to try to negotiate between each other and try to find the common interest. So this is a unity map.
Thank you. Commissioner Fadem?
Thank you. So I see what the unity map is attempting to do. My only concern is I understand that Willow Glen has been divided in the past. However, this map does kind of split up the actual community of interest of Willow Glen and moves in a different community of interest. Is there a way, I mean, not completely abandoning this map, but to work it a different way? And I'm kind of looking at it, and I haven't had a chance to really dig into it, but that I think that it would be important to maintain Willow Glen as a community of interest because they do have a lot of common interests. It's older homes, It's a lot of seniors in that area. So I think it's important to keep them within District 9 and maybe move the lines a little bit differently. Maybe instead of moving it so far south, maybe moving it a little bit more north, but also maintain the unity that the map is trying to accomplish.
I don't see any comment from Mr. Buchanan or Mr. Conda, but I would suggest, Commissioner Fadem, that perhaps we can examine that in the next phase with Chris with the Maptitude software. Let's see, Commissioner Berrigan?
My comment is for Jeffrey and actually Andres too, whoever worked on this Unity map. How did your group at all approach these different neighborhoods, neighborhood associations, and get that personal feedback from these different communities in District 3? Like, I'm going to give District 3 an example because I represent District 3. How did that outreach occur on behalf of your group?
So Andreas, feel free to jump in. I think we're trying to do some of that outreach now, to be honest. I think like a lot of members on the commission, you know, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of time from when we got data to trying to, you know, have conversations about how to make a realistic map to then go out and engage with the community. So we've been trying to iterate off our maps as we're having individual conversations with neighborhood associations, with leaders from other you know, stakeholders within the city of San Jose. And so we're trying to do that every day as we speak. So it's tough because there's a limited amount of time. You all are moving quickly. We wanted to start a conversation.
My recommendation to your group, because obviously the time that you guys put into this map, it shows, right, that you have some thought and theory into what you have created as the Unity map. My recommendation to your group is to perhaps approach leadership councils in each council district to expand the discussion and to collect some more insight on what the communities really want. The reason why I bring this up is, you know, I seen my own neighborhood association in your map, and from what I thought I heard was that these were the neighborhood associations that your group has contacted in regards to outreach. And being deeply involved in my neighborhood association, I have not once been contacted by your group on behalf of any type of feedback. So just a recommendation to maybe approach district community leadership councils so that you guys can really dig into what the community needs and wants. That's all.
Thank you for the feedback, Dee. You had also mentioned that you wanted us to talk. The approach that we took is we sent out a blast to our membership, which happens to be from all over the city. And so in our meetings, we went ahead and had a broad base of people that are from different parts. So it may not have been your particular neighborhood leadership, but it's individuals from various parts of the city. And so that's the approach that we took. Due to the fact that we don't have staff, we're not a professional organization. We have volunteers, and just like you at the neighborhood level, neighborhood leaders, we had limited capacity, and so we reached out in the form that we have available to us.
Thank you for that feedback. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment in defense of this Unity map that any idea that these groups are somehow not citizens groups is in error. You know, I'm aware of most of these groups, and they're volunteer groups, and so they're not particular structured interests. I also need to point out that this whole redistricting process, the fact that we're involved in lots of laws and rules trying to protect Latino, African American, Asian communities is part of the difficulty of redistricting that needs to be dealt with in a broader way, because these are the communities that they're protected because they have been unrepresented and not given their due in the past. And so, again, speaking of District 5, it's the group that, I mean, it's the area that has the largest number of Latino population, but the Latino population is everywhere. So it's very difficult to say that I only talk to people in District 5. I'm involved in District 3, I'm involved in District 7, I'm involved in District 8. I'm involved in all kinds of things because Latinos that I'm trying to get a voice for are everywhere. They're not just in one district. And so that has to be taken into consideration in these discussions. Change is slow, but it needs to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dilverson?
Yeah. So I want to clarify one thing because, you know, the fact that I oppose the map as drawn does not mean that I'm attacking anybody. What I said was, and very clearly, that there has been a number of public comments that have raised concern about the organization or organizations behind the map. Number one. Two, substantively, this map, for purposes of my district, does not reflect the items in the charter that are supposed to guide our decision-making process. That is simply a fact and the law that we're supposed to follow. And when I hear things like, oh, this took into account public interest testimony, I'm sure that's true. And I'm sure that's true in many of the districts on the map. But what I haven't seen a single piece of public interest testimony that said Vendome wants to be part of District 6. I haven't seen a single piece of public interest testimony that says Willow Glen on the south side wants to be split into two. In fact, the public interest testimony in writing from Willow Glen's neighborhood association is the exact opposite. And so I guess my question, if we can set aside some of the rhetoric for a minute, is that was available to everybody. Was there any reach out on behalf of the map drawers to the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association, for example? Feel free, whoever wants to answer that, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken with a number of individuals within District 6, but you know,
I'm sorry. My question is, did you speak with Willow Glen Neighborhood Association?
Sorry, I appreciate it if you give me the opportunity to respond to your question.
Please do.
Okay. We did not have a conversation with the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association, but we've spoken with people who live in Willow Glen, people who live in that district. You know, I think we certainly would have loved to have a lot more time to have the resources to do a real sustained engagement, but we've talked to thousands of residents engaged and sent this map out to our memberships who represent tens of thousands of people within the city of San Jose for comments, for engagement, for consideration. We've hosted town halls, conversations with roundtables of individuals. There's been a lot of thought and work that has gone into this map, and there can always be more effort to engage more voices. But you know, much like your work today, you have a limited amount of time to make some decisions. We're kind of in the same position, but we don't have the benefits of you know, having a consulting firm and all the staff and all those kinds of things to support our efforts to try to figure this out. This is a group of citizens trying to figure out what's a way that we think we can accomplish the goal of righting some historic wrongs of some members of our community having less political voice because of how lines have been drawn in the past and how people consider them going forward. And so I think we could have the same issues that you've raised, Commissioner, in talking about the C3 map. You know, there's parts of East San Jose that get cut up there. They never asked for that. But there are some commissioners who favor that map for various reasons. It's hard to draw a map that makes everyone happy. We were trying the best of our abilities to do so with this map. And I appreciate your comments, even if we disagree.
Reasonable minds can disagree, and I have no animosity or ill will towards your group. I'm just simply trying to parrot the information that I'm getting with the limited knowledge that I have. Again, we're all volunteers here, right? I mean, I'm a lawyer in private practice, but you know, I'm not this type of lawyer. I came into this fresh, and we've been meeting for months months now, and everybody knows that the redistricting process was happening. And so when I see something like this, it is such an extreme change in my district, and there's no outreach to, in what is, as far as I understand, the largest neighborhood association that is being directly impacted by, I think in D6, that's probably the biggest change in your whole map. That's where it doesn't do anything to help me put myself in a position to support this map. And so I hope that clarifies where I'm coming from and voicing my strong objection to this map as currently constituted, and why I think the more minimal change map is more beneficial for the people in my district, as I understand it, based on the public testimony that we've received and the charter and the laws that we're supposed to follow.
Yeah, the charter and the laws we're supposed to follow comment, I would push back on. When measures of compactness, contiguity, keeping in line with communities of interest, there's nothing in this map that violates or really falls far from the standards of our past maps. I don't know, Richard, if you want to share any comments on that.
Yeah, just to say that I think if we look historically at the lines and how the maps were drawn, I don't know that we want to be tied to the past. That's what our map tries to do, is tries to look forward and develop maps and districts that really are more equitable for the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Sidbury?
Yes, to be honest with you, I had a little concern about District 7. Mr. Buchanan, if I'm reading this correctly, it's 0.37%. And that would, we already have 100, that's population, is that correct, Mr. Buchanan?
That's the deviation from the ideal district. And so the percentage under under each of the district numbers, you're seeing a label for the deviation. And
yeah.
So, yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, we kept the lines for 7 basically the same because it, I think in the earlier presentation, redistricting partners, when they're talking about who needs to grow and who doesn't, 7 didn't need to grow. And kind of no matter which way you grow in 7, you're either like watering down the Hispanic population or watering down the Asian population. And so in an effort to, keep this very diverse district intact and not, try to water down anyone's voice, we kept the lines intact because it didn't necessarily need to grow.
Yes, that is going to be one of I think our dilemmas in making sure just that fact. I was concerned also about the Willow Glen area too. I think sometimes we put a lot of stock in a lot of these so-called grassroots organizations, and they get spoiled where, they don't want to branch out beyond their borders that they have already. So sometimes that's a little difficult to get them to see that, yes, we're all grassroots organizations within the community of San Jose, and we're all volunteers. But we've covered that part before. I don't want to prolong my conversation, but I just want to say that thank you and your various organizations that took the time just to put this map together, to give us some other tools to use besides what we have. And so let's just keep plugging at it. And I think sometimes we need to go slow to go fast. So let's keep going at it. And thank you very much for your presentation.
Appreciate it, Commissioner Sidbury. Again, realize that there's a couple of different maps that are going to be considered. Our hope is that this is one of the maps that you consider in your conversations with, what kind of recommendations you'll be presenting to council. So we realize there's a number of different ideas out there. We think this is one that is at least worth consideration.
But also very quickly, I forgot which commissioner brought it up about keeping District 8 the same. My question to you is this: if you go back to our original map, of District 8, not moving it, bringing it back to where we have it right now, how would that affect your other lines that you have drawn? Because you're moving pieces around. So would that affect any other? Oh, somebody's taking my map off here. I can't see the districts now.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? Would that affect? Okay, for instance, District 8.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have District 2 down here, and of course my District 7. Will that affect any other surrounding districts by you going back to the original?
No, because there's not a tremendous amount of population in that area. So if
right,
so if City Attorney Vanny and team decide that that's possible, we could do that, and it would actually help because I think eight's deviation is currently, sorry, it takes a second to. 8's deviation, it's actually below the ideal population, and so if we add a little bit, I think we could still add and take from 2 because it's only a couple hundred people. So we may need to make a small change between 2 and another district, but it would be easy to do, and I think worthwhile given the concerns raised by other commissioners, if it's legal.
Commissioner Sidbury, you were on mute. I'm not sure if you had other comments there.
No, I was just thanking Mr. Buchanan for clarifying that for me. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thank you folks very much for your presentation. We appreciate your time and effort into putting this together. City Clerk, will you call on the next presenter?
Thank you very much.
Greg Ripa would be the next presenter, followed by Richard Angeloni.
Thank you. Welcome, Greg Ripa.
Thank you. Can you guys all hear me and see my presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So give it a little bit about me. Good evening. My name is Greg Ripa, and I've lived and worked in San Jose for about 12 plus years. Through my home and job locations, my previous job was a transportation analysis consultant for the Envision San Jose 2040 General Plan. My time spent traveling and cycling throughout various areas of the city. I feel that although I may not have lived here as long as some other residents, I still feel I have a good grasp on the city, its population, and the city's built environment. And I do want to say, just because of the time constraints, I may go through this pretty quickly, but all of this information is on the public comment letters. So here are the redistricting objectives that I followed when creating these proposed districts. Most of the objectives you'll have seen, but I'd like to highlight some additional ones you will not have seen. Keep areas with relatively the same amounts of high-frequency transit, vehicle miles traveled, similar building typologies, and current residential densities together. To accomplish the redistricting objectives, here are the district boundaries I'm proposing. You can find the map on the district or website, the link shown on the slide. I'll go over each district in more detail on the next set of slides. District 1 encompasses West San Jose, generally everything west of 17. District 2 encompasses Edenvale, Oak Grove, and Santa Teresa. District 3 encompasses the downtown core, as well as Northside, Mayfair, Spartan Keys, and Gardner. District 4 encompasses the greater Berryessa area, including the BART station area and the Oakland Road corridor. District 5 encompasses the greater Alum Rock area, extending to 680, 101, and Tully. District 6 encompasses Alviso, Japantown, SJC, Rose Garden, Diridon, and Sherman Oaks. District 7 encompasses the central area of the city, which includes Little Saigons such as Grand Century Mall, Lion Plaza, and the new Vietnamese American Service Center. District 8 encompasses the greater Evergreen areas, including the neighborhoods surrounding Hellier Park. District 9 encompasses the greater Cambrian and Willow Glen areas south of Los Gatos Creek and west of Almaden Expressway. District 10 encompasses Almaden Valley, Hoosier, Pearl, and Oak Ridge. So based on the total population with these proposed districts, there'd be a total of 5 Asian majority and plurality districts and a total of 3 Hispanic Latinx majority and plurality districts. Based on the citizen voting age population with these proposed districts, there'd be a total of 3 Asian majority and plurality districts and a total of 2 Hispanic Latinx plurality districts. This map shows the proposed districts using colors, black lines, and bold black numbers. The current district boundaries and numbers are shown in gray for comparison. This map shows the per capita vehicle miles traveled, abbreviated VMT, in the city. Green shows areas of low VMT and red shows areas of high VMT. Districts are generally consistent with the amounts of VMT within each district, and borders tend to be near areas where VMT shifts. As you can see, District 3 consists of almost entirely low VMT areas, whereas District 10 consists of almost entirely high VMT areas due to their differing land use patterns. This map shows areas of high frequency transit in bold red. Districts are generally consistent in the amounts of high frequency transit within each district, and the borders tend to be near areas where the amounts of transit shifts. As you can see from the map, Districts 3 and 7 have a large amount of high frequency transit, whereas Districts 8 and 10 have very little high frequency transit due to their differing land use patterns. So the biggest changes to the districts involve current Districts 3, 4, 6, and 9, which are split in some fashion and then rejoined to form new district boundaries. This allows the Greater Berryessa area to be its own district. And the proposed District 6 is based on the previously discussed VMT per capita and frequency of transit, plus building typologies, which I will discuss in the next slide. This will allow for the Greater Willow Glen and Cambrian areas to be joined, which share similar VMT patterns, amounts of high frequency transit, building typologies, and residential densities. So these photos show the similar building typologies for relatively new developments in the proposed District 6. As you can see, there are many similar sized buildings that are generally 5 or more floors with large footprints that have been constructed or are planned for construction throughout this proposed district. And these photos show similar building typologies for relatively new developments in the proposed District 9. As you can see, there are many similar sized buildings that are generally 3 or less floors with small to medium footprints that have been constructed throughout the proposed district. Overall, the proposed Districts 3 and 6 represent an opportunity to have 2 downtown districts, each with its own share of attractions. Note that with the opportunity for 2 downtown districts come the opportunity for 2 city council advocates for downtown related issues. In summary, the population deviation is within the 10% allowed for by law. No districts appear gerrymandered, yet still maintain compact majority and plurality districts of potential minority representation. In general, existing neighborhoods and communities of interest are maintained to the extent possible. Areas within each district have relatively the same amounts of high frequency transit, existing vehicle miles traveled, similar building typologies, and residential densities. And as a corollary, different districts have differing amounts of those features. There's an opportunity for 2 downtown districts, which also give the opportunity for 2 city council advocates for downtown related issues. And lastly, I'd point out that this proposal solves many of the issues pointed out in other residents' letters, such as keeping the Penitentiary Creek and flea market areas within District 4, keeping Nagley Park and the entirety of San Jose State within District 3, and keeping the Newhall neighborhood, within the same district as Paypal Park. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ripa, for your fairly detailed presentation, and thanks for taking the time to come to speak with us. One of the questions I had was, as far as when it seems like your, I guess, priorities in creating your map here were to look at density and transit use. Is that fair?
The main priorities were really what's in the city charter, which is maintaining boundaries, communities of interest along city geography. But I also added those additional features, such as the transit use and residential densities. And I thought that all of those together, this proposal made the most sense, taking all of that into account.
Okay, and if any commissioners have any questions for our presenter, please raise your hand. And then as far as community engagement or input, what efforts did you make to engage with neighborhood associations or organizations in San Jose as you created this district map?
Unfortunately, I haven't done any outreach on that front. Just have been following this redistricting process, as well as reading the community of interest letters and looking at the districtor website to look at the maps that have been submitted by the community on that front.
Okay, I see no other questions from the commission. Thank you, Mr. Ripa, for your presentation and your time. Next, we've got one final presenter, Richard Agiloni. Welcome.
Can we do a screen share?
Yes, you can.
There we go. Okay. So I would like to thank the consultants, the commissioners. I mean, I'm sure that Redistricting Partners is, smart people with a lot of letters after their name, and I'm sure you really know what you're doing, but you don't live here, and these are our neighborhoods and our communities. They're our friends, our neighbors, they're our schools. And we really, when I say we, I don't represent any organization. I was fortunate to be in the company of a half a dozen or so neighbors, other downtown residents, and we started talking. And a few weeks ago, we realized that District 3, our district, didn't have a representative for more than 2 months. And we felt like having an empty chair at the table was not going to serve the downtown neighborhoods or anyone in the city for that matter. So it's just a group of downtown neighbors, not a special interest group, no money, no staff time, no staff computers. It's just neighbors trying to make our city a little better in districts that are created with a little more equity in mind. We drafted another alternative, and let me jump over to that, and then I'm trying to, there's a lot of information and not a lot of time. I heard a lot of talk about outreach and neighborhood associations. Mr. Ditlevson especially raised some really good questions about that. And I will say that we started with a list of the 30 neighborhood associations in District 3, and we reached out to most of them. I personally talked to several. I talked to a lot of other friends and other community leaders who are not part of any particular groups, but just people who, maybe have a constituency or an audience. And I also talked to, I heard a lot of comments about the city charter. And one of the first calls I made was to a member of the Charter Commission who's, currently engaged in that process. So we had a long talk about how this fits into the charter. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a planner, I'm not a consultant, but we put together the best map that we could. And again, we got a lot of input from a lot of other people. We did our best to balance the population between districts. We tried to maintain boundaries of established neighborhoods as well as neighborhood business districts like the East Side, East Santa Clara and the Downtown Association. And we actually reached out to some of them, and some responded, some didn't. But we really tried more than anything to reach out to as many friends and neighbors who live and or work in District 3. We tried to do this with the minimum amount of disruption that we could to the existing lines. It disrupts people's lives. Oftentimes it seems like the freeways were the natural boundaries, and we tried to rely on that. This is the current map, and I'm going to jump over to, so this map, the white spots are areas that have sort of been reassigned in our model. And I want to say that this is the most, I think that draft plan C3 is the most similar to our model. So I think we're maybe building a de facto consensus here. But as I said, we tried really hard to maintain established neighborhoods and district as much as possible with the minimum amount of disruption. Much of our city revenue, general fund revenue, is divided equally by district. Thus, the larger population districts, such as 3 and 4, receive less per capita. So I heard words like equity and unity thrown around a lot tonight. But at the end of the day, I think equity translates into dollars. That's where the rubber hits the road. How much does my district get for every man, woman, and child, to deliver services, police, fire, libraries, whatever? That's what equity and unity mean to me. Sorry, I'm trying to respect the 5 minutes. That's why I'm kind of timer go off. There was questions about outreach and input. Our map, which has been submitted, has a link with a feedback link, and we encourage everyone to look at it, to click on the link to ask questions, to comment. We really want, everyone, sorry. We really want everyone to, have a chance to comment on it, especially, those who are engaged in this process, of course. The biggest shift I think you'll see in our downtown area is the Spartan Keys neighborhood moved over to District 7, kind of using 280 as a natural boundary, and also used 87 as a natural boundary. And that seems to really, that separates neighborhoods, effectively, permanently, like nothing else. There's no neighborhoods that really span a freeway. I'm happy to answer questions. Keep in mind, I'm a hacker, I'm not a professional. This last slide shows, helps you see the inequity that, our current budget structure is left with based on the population trends. And that's really what we're trying to do, is maintain neighborhoods, maintain communities, and have a fair and equitable approach to distribution of our general fund revenue. Happy to answer questions. Again, I'm not an expert, but I'll do my best.
Thank you, Mr. Angeloni. Did you send this presentation to the city clerk?
I believe
I didn't.
One of my neighbors, Sonia Liu, probably sent it in.
Okay. All right. If you could make sure we have a copy of it, I think it would be helpful as we move forward to have a copy. I think one question that I have for you is, as you saw from the Redistricting Partners presentation earlier today, we're going to have to make some hard choices, and we've got an overpopulation in District 4 that we're going to have to spill over in District 3 and District 5, a combination. And so what considerations does your map make as far as considerations, decisions that were made in terms of where the boundary lines of District 4 meet District 3?
I don't know if you can see this, if you can read it from the map. The current slide shows our proposed boundaries. And if I go back a slide, I'm sorry, it's really hard to see on a laptop. Can I?
Would you be able to pull it up on Districtor?
Can I bring one of my neighbors into this call? Or is it?
Yeah, who do you need us to promote?
Sonia Liu, can you help me
Got
with
it.
this?
She just needs to accept, we just click promote to panelist. She needs to accept it.
I think she is online.
Hello there.
There you go.
So your question about District 4, Sonia, can you help? I'm looking at this on a miniature laptop screen. It's really hard to read.
Yeah. Regarding District 4, yes, if you go, well, I mean, if you go, just toggle between the two slides, you could see where the changes occurred. The white areas represent the overlap of where things were originally. And
So
then if you toggle to our version, you'll see what has been reassigned.
So that's east of 101, going north beyond Little Portugal? Is that...
Yeah. Well, if the commissioners are interested in seeing the actual plan, I could give you the exact number of the district plan if that would be helpful.
Yes, that may be helpful, and I can pull it up and then maybe have some commissioners in the meantime ask their question. What's the ID on your districtor?
The ID last digits are 67518.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Collins?
Yes,
you have
I
a
had,
question?
yeah, I had a similar question to you and Adina. District 4, where it would border District 5 exactly. And I seem to see just for the magenta pink, there's a little square that of pink that goes into 4. I don't know if that's contiguous or not for 5. So I'm a little confused by that area. And if you happen to have maybe in your plan what the populations of each district would be with your plan?
If we go to the districtor, it will show you the, I don't know whether, Richard, you could.
I just lost my.
Okay.
Here.
And if you go to the data, to the data layers, yeah, turn on, just click those 3 buttons, the show numbering for painted districts and the neighborhoods, and that will help people identify better. So this was specifically designed in a way where the population has a very small deviation to allow for conversations to adjust the district borders. Because as a District 3 resident, I will not feel comfortable representing other districts. I don't know exactly where all the boundaries are. We, as a community member group, are continuing on with community outreach to make sure everyone is properly represented within each district and the surrounding communities.
Thank you. Commissioner Bergen?
Thank you. I just want to comment, Richard and Sonia, thank you for taking time to draft this map. As we know, the more District 3 residents that come forward and give feedback, the better. And so I appreciate your map. However, it does leave out a really important section of the district, which is the Guadalupe, Washington neighborhood, and Spartan Keys. We want to make sure that these communities, you know, that they stay in District 3. They're also very important and very historic. So if the recommendation can go forward to your group who created this map to expand and re-put Guadalupe, Washington and the Spartan Keys section of the district back into your map, that would be great. But thank you again for your time and for the willingness to present today. It's much appreciated. And thank you for representing District 3.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation and the information. And I'll look for that districtor map and any revisions that you guys would like to propose for the commission. We will welcome them for our next meeting. I think that concludes the presentations on draft maps that we had. Correct, Tony?
That I know of. Those are the people that raised their hand.
Okay.
At the beginning of the meeting. And
okay.
Also told me ahead of time.
Okay, so we will now open the floor up for public comment regarding the district map presentations that we have heard tonight. And I just want to thank everybody who has been waiting patiently to speak on this item. If you would like to speak, you will be given 2 minutes to speak, and just raise your hand and the clerk will call on you.
Blair Beekman.
Come first. Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for everyone's showings. It was nice to learn about. I've been trying to speak about this at public comment time. I've been sounding a little bit silly, but the general idea that I think east-west ideas, I think are really interesting. And that's the 3C models. I'm learning tonight that people are really uncomfortable with the business decisions in that, and how District 7 can be such a major part of downtown. That's uncomfortable to people. I think you can move District 3 a block over on East Santa Clara and over to East San Fernando, up by 101, and that could cover the businesses along East Santa Clara, and respect the businesses in District 3, and that could be a uniform, and then starting at San Fernando, it would be District 5. I think those maps are just awesome. They work towards, and the Google area and the Horseshoe area, there's 3 districts in that Google area that are intersected, and it's a very simple map to understand. I hope we can learn to grow comfortable with the idea of District 7 being all of downtown and what it can do for equity ideas. It really speaks to equity. And think of District 7 as a part of the Google Village. Man, I wish we weren't so timid and afraid. Good luck how we can talk about these things more openly. And I've got 35 seconds, so that's good to know. I said here before, I grew up right on the edge of District 6 by Santa Clara University. Why is that always considered District 6? I think it makes more geographical sense, from about heading 880 onward to be considered as District 1, but that's never on any maps. I just make a plea at this time. District 7 going down a bit into District 8, that was nice to learn about today. Good luck with all the choices.
Nathan Ulsh.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Nathan Ulsh, the Director of Policy and Operations at the San Jose Downtown Association, serving and representing over 1,800 businesses and property owners, a majority of them being small business owners. So we thank you, Commissioners and redistricting partners, for dedicating your time to this important topic and our future growth of San Jose. I'd like to begin by mentioning that there is a need to keep our downtowns PBID, the Property Business Improvement District, and BID districts intact. As noted last week, Commissioner Cardenas stated that she would like to see a map that minimizes disruption to the current map and to maintain the continuity to the extent possible based on current lines. And given the vast differences between the maps displayed and the maps available online, we would recommend starting with a base map, at least for District 3 of the current council district, and amend accordingly. With the most recent uploads, it seems map C3 fits best at this point. Several of the maps display a bifurcated downtown that does not accurately represent our city's central business district, nor that of our downtown neighborhoods. Our commission should be considering the cohesiveness and unity of the residences and the businesses in the downtown core. Natural boundaries already accepted by communities such as train tracks, highways, and creeks are warranted as you consider where to draw the lines. We also consider Downtown West as part of downtown district as displayed in our PBID boundary map we submitted last week, showing the boundary line on the Caltrain tracks. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Cher?
Hi, yeah, first I'd like to comment on the union map. I think the what they call it, the unity map, unity map. Anyway, that one to me, what the comment there was, they said we need a second downtown. I don't know who decided that. Anyway, I'd like to say they said they respected the neighborhood wishes downtown. Vendome area is missing, Ryland area is missing, Hyde Park is missing. And it looks like when I look across their map down by District 2 and 10 and 9 and 2 and 3 and 4, from a glance looking at it, it looks like some kind of gerrymandering. That's exactly what it looks like to me. District 3 barely slides through up by the, it's barely logically contiguous, and it certainly isn't functionally contiguous. I think we need to stick with the basic guidelines. You know, I understand the basic guidelines are compactness, functional congruity, logical congruity, keeping existing neighborhoods together as much as possible. I think the racial profiling is allowed to be part of it, but it's not allowed to be the driving force for the redistricting. I look at the other map, the new one that Richard presented today, which is very similar to the C3 map, which is very compact. Those are the maps, the ones that I think we should follow along, those maps, and we should stick to the guidelines. The other thing I'd like to say is that, yeah, all that carving out in that union map is not good. in my opinion. The other thing I'd like to say is I know it's going to be a week before we meet again, but we don't have that much time. I'm wondering, is there any way for the people who have these maps to make some changes and come back and have some feedback mechanism instead of waiting a whole week, since we only have till November 18th to finalize this thing? If there's some mechanism we can have in between, or get the maps back out to people for review with the main the main map people making their changes or something like that. Anyway, thank you all.
Irene? Irene? Okay, I'm going to move on to Christine. Irene might not be in front of her computer right now. So Christine Viarl. Christine Viarl.
Yes,
yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. Sorry about that. Yes, Christine Villarreal calling in from D8. I'm excited to be part of this process and to see the variety of opinions and to watch our democracy at work and folks debating this in a lively manner. So that part of it is encouraging, it's not actually detracting, I think, from the process. And when I reflect on this process, it really appears that this is an opportunity for us in San Jose and the committee to do one of two things: to either maintain a very similar status quo that we have right now, or to be brave and bold and to make change that engages and empowers more communities. So I think oftentimes it's easy for us to say that we support unity or equity until that change impacts us or the neighborhoods we live in. And I think that this is an opportunity for us really to take steps to right the wrongs of the past. So I'm here to support the unity map. I do believe that sounds like the makers of the map are willing to make reasonable edits. So I would encourage that instead of there being a negative approach to it, that we ask for changes and amendments and things of that nature that maybe reflect some of the areas that don't, that weren't perfectly drawn to everybody's liking. So I would guess in closing say that I'm excited to look to this committee as leaders, as you as our representatives, and hopefully we can look back on this time and be proud that we've taken steps that are a little bit more, bold and risky, or we can take steps to look back and think that maybe we weren't brave enough to make those necessary changes. So thank you for your time and all your effort. I know how much you're putting into this. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm going to try Irene again. Irene, are you there?
Are you contacting me? Are you calling me,
yes.
Irene?
Yes.
Okay, because this is not Irene.
Oh, your name is showing as Irene on our screen.
I don't know why. So having pulled this up, I lost my notes. So let me. Okay. Hi, my name is Marnie Kamsen. And I concur with the commissioner from District 6. I don't understand how the unity map is not gerrymandering. I looked up gerrymandering. I got some definitions from Merriam-Webster. It's a practice of dividing or arranging a territorial unit into election districts in a way that gives one political party an unfair advantage in elections. There's another definition that says manipulate the boundaries of an electoral constituency so as to favor one party or class, achieve a result by manipulating the boundaries of an electoral constituency. And Wikipedia says two principal tactics are used in gerrymandering: cracking, which is diluting the voting power of the opposing party's supporters across many districts, and packing, which is concentrating the opposing party's voting power in one district to reduce their voting power in other districts. It seems to me that the goals, the stated goals of the unity map are totally in line with these three definitions. I support the community map And we've been working on it for less than a full week. We have 65 signatures from residents in 9 districts already. And Commissioner Barragan, we did reach out to Spartan Keys and we got direct feedback from them that they are okay with leaving D3. So I just wanted to note that to you, for you. And I hope that it seems to me that the community map and C3 are in closer alignment.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansey, District 6. Well, you know, a couple of things that came up in this meeting I wanted to address because people are mentioning that why don't we see our participants? Why don't we have chat? And, you know, these are important questions. So, and I went to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission meeting tonight, and you know what? They answered it. They, you know, whatever we commented, they said, okay, let's respond to their questions. You know, I really like that. It was like, wow, San Jose doesn't do that. And I've made comments about that we need to have responses. So maybe, you know, Tony, you could get back to us about that. I know you've told me some things about why you can't do it, but I think we should know. And we should work on fixing it regardless, because I think it's an important thing. But getting back to this map thing, well, the maps, you know, I couldn't open my HTML on my my phone. So maybe I can only do it on my computer, desktop. So that was a bummer. And then also, you know, it's like, I really like when they showed the, when the presentation showed the neighborhood associations and stuff. And my neighborhood association, so anyway, the clarity in the map wasn't there. A lot of them didn't even have like streets I could zoom in on and different things. And when I looked at it, so you said the HTML, but that didn't open. So anyway, I have to look at that, but it could be, you know, more user friendly in regards to that. And the neighborhood's really helpful. The thing I have trouble with is, and I'm really glad I went to this meeting because, like, gosh, this could really change my whole life because, you know, I live on a commercial end of the Shasta-Hampton Park Neighborhood Association that's very active and been very helpful over the 16 years that I've lived here. And when you look at changing that, I live on Stockton Avenue, and then putting it in District 3, you know, it would be very harmful to me because, you know, I mean, in some ways, the benefit was that I was on the border of both District 3 and District 6. But, you know, and so I had, you know, both of my council people, but neither of them helped very much. So, I mean, it wasn't that great, but I do not want to be moved into District 3.
Barbara Marshman.
Hi, Barbara Marshman. I live in Willow Glen. I am a member of the Charter Review Committee, so I'm an interloper here, appointed by the mayor, but I live in Willow Glen. I have a question, and because I'm on the other committee, I know that you can't directly answer questions, as Tessa also said, but my question is, when will the city attorney or the consultant look at the Unity map and the other two maps from Mr. Ripa and Mr. Angeloni for compliance with the laws that are the overarching laws that govern redistricting? I hope at some point this evening someone will be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Bonnie Mace.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Mace from District 8. So I wanted to speak to the C3 map in terms of District 8, first of all. So since District 8 is under-deviated according to the map, I'd like to encourage you, if you can, to, as we said last week, include the Obie Whaley School area on Alvin Avenue, just a small sliver, to include it into District 8. It's currently in District 7. Because this would align the Evergreen School District into one council district, which is kind of what we would hope to do in terms of not breaking up school districts. I also agree with Commissioner Alvarez in her point on the area below the freeway area, below the undeveloped area, which really was in District 8. Now you're moving it into District 2, which is very strange. We understand about the contiguity issue, but as Commissioner Alvarez explained, it's really part of District 8. And the last thing is I'd like to support the C3 map for the following reasons. One, it really does support neighborhoods and community interest, which is the guiding principle for the whole redistricting process. When I was a redistricting commissioner for District 8 10 years ago, that was our guiding principle was A, as minimal disruption as possible, but B, really focus on the neighborhoods and the community interest and the communities of interest. So thanks again for all of your hard work and looking forward to seeing the revisions of the maps.
Antonina? Go ahead, you're unmuted. Okay, I can barely hear you. I can hear somebody speaking, but it's almost inaudible.
Can you hear me better now?
Barely.
I don't know what to do. I'll try my best.
Wait, you're getting a little bit louder right there.
Okay, first I want to say thank you to all the commissioners. I know it's hard work and this is a volunteer position for you. Thank you. I'm Antonina and I live in District 3. Hyde Park is my neighborhood association. I'm close to Vendome as well as Japantown. And all three of us have worked closely together at certain things that were happening around our neighborhood. And I want to support C3 and the last community map that was presented because in there they keep our neighborhood association in District 3 because we work well together with the rest of and we talk to our neighbors over in that area. And so I want to again emphasize that I want to support C3 and the community map for the redistricting and start with that. Thank you very much.
Ingrid Granados.
Hi, I'm a resident of District 3. I've been a lifelong resident of San Jose, and I just want to speak up in my support of the Unity map. The one thing that I keep hearing here is as a fear of change. And one thing that I really want to caution us is not to continue to make the mistakes that we made in the past. We continuously have seen that those with the highest incomes and the most homogeneous neighborhoods are the ones that make the decisions and the ones that show up and are not really the ones that are represented. And that's what I see here again today. And the Unity map really, really tries to address this and tries to address our historical mistakes that we made in this city and others. And personally, I'm sorry, I gotta take a moment, but I find it very offensive that District 6 would be talking about gerrymandering when they have really benefited from the lines that they have, and they are some of the highest income neighborhoods. The Unity map really strives to build equity throughout for all of our communities here in San Jose, not just those who have always had a more of a say than some of the other districts. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Ryan Jones. Ryan, I'm getting a note that says you are not allowed to talk because you're using an older version of Zoom. So instead of having you update your software, I'm going to promote you to a panelist. If you're still here, your name just dropped away. Your name just dropped.
Can you hear me? There you go. I just unmuted it. Can you hear me?
Yes, it looks like Megan moved you up. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Ryan Jones. I'm a resident of District 6. I just had a couple of points here I wanted to make in support of the Unity map. It was created by civil rights and community-centric leaders with years of experience living in San Jose. And it was crafted with these insights in mind. The coalition of these leaders and additional community organizations supporting the Unity map is growing daily. And this is how we get a fair map, and this is how we build consensus. The Unity map keeps neighborhoods and communities of San Jose whole, including Fruitdale, the Rose Garden, College Park, Alum Rock, Berryessa, and many more. It was drawn with these communities of interest in mind. And the last point that I would like to make is the Unity map remains compact with easy to identify whole districts while also working with San Jose's unique boundaries and their intersections with unincorporated county lands. Thank you so much for your time and all the time that all the people put into making the draft maps. Thank you so much.
Annabelle Leva. Annabelle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Annabelle Leva, and I am.
I think one of us accidentally muted you, Annabelle. I've clicked allow to talk again. It's actually not letting me click allow to talk. Okay, Annabelle, hold tight. I have to see if something's happening with Zoom. I'm going to move to David and see if it allows me to open him up. It does. Let me try you again, Annabelle. Okay, I'm promoting you to panelist. Sorry, I've never had this happen in a meeting, and it's possible Annabelle froze, but I just promoted her to a panelist, and she's actually gone. So I'm going to move to David. I think Annabelle's Zoom crashed. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, sorry. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is David Acevedo. I'm Eastside San Jose resident, and I'm here in support for the Unity Map. You guys are breaking up the Eastside San Jose, and it's not something that should happen. I do, you're adding too much of Berryessa into San Jose, and you will kind of take our voice away. And I want to echo all the other individuals that provided support for the Unity Map. In terms of, a lot of people here are talking about gerrymandering. We could look at it the other way and actually talk about, their special interests as well. So, if we get into the dialogue, we're not going to get anywhere positive. So we want to move somewhere positive where you have all these community-based organizations working for these franchise communities for a bunch of years now, seeing our voices taken away. And we're trying to move into a positive area where, our residents can have a voice. And I'm hearing a lot of those other residents that do already have a voice come up and talk about negative stuff about, certain community organizations. And, the member that just said that these are special interests, I don't think they're special interests. They're help out community members all throughout San Jose. It's not only one particular area. So I think he should educate himself first, and instead of making these comments. Thank you.
Okay, I want to note that we have 24 hands up for those of you who can't see the attendees listed. So we have 24 hands up. Brenda Zendejas is next, followed by Gabby.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brenda Sendejas. I am a resident from District 5. I'm an advocate, and I wanted to speak on this map. I want to support the Unity map. I think that this map keeps the same basic lines from District 8, 5, and 7 come together because the east side should be a whole. This Unity map is the only map that does this. We need east side to stay connected, such as they have representatives who clearly understand the needs for the development and combating displacement. We have awesome leaders that are currently doing this right now. Also, I want to say that other maps fail to take into account the needs for the east side. For example, draft C2 seems to arbitrarily split Alum Rock in half. The Unity map empowers east side, a traditional red line that's marginalized community. Meanwhile, some maps such as District D, Draft A combine a split Alum Rock with Niggly Park, well recognized as affluent bedroom community. We cannot allow the voices of wealthier communities to overpower those who have faced the most injustices. I also want to say that District 5, with this, it retains the old lines that encompasses most of Eastside San Jose, like Alum Rock Business Corridor. It also adds neighborhoods around Independence High School and Ocala Middle School. It moves part of the foothills to D8, and it remains a Hispanic population, the majority and nearly majority of CVAP. So I just want to say, please consider this. We the people are speaking right now, and we're asking you guys to consider, because this has always been a Latino-based community, and we want to keep it that way because we have awesome leaders that continue to fight for a lot of the injustices that keep happening in this community, and we don't want to lose that. Thank you.
Gabby, followed by Todd Williams.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to participate in the discussion. I just want to say that I wasn't really aware that there was redistricting until the people who are working on a unity map reached out to my neighborhood. I live in the Ocala neighborhood, and I would love to see Ocala Middle School and DCP Middle School be a part of the Alum Rock School District, and you could do that by placing us into District 5. So I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the time.
Todd Williams, followed by Leonardo Moreno.
Good evening. I have to say I'm pleasantly surprised by the C3 map that was presented, as it took into consideration starting with existing district maps, and it's quite a change from the other combobulated maps that we saw originally. I also want to just provide input that the map quality is lacking. You cannot, you're like, is that the 87 freeway? Is that the Guadalupe? You can't clearly tell where they are. And I also really like the community map. And I especially like the mapping that they can show the districts and show how they're divided and how they're split up. So I would propose starting with those two maps. I do want to thank the other two people that presented. I'm fearful of their presentations because there's such drastic change. I understand if there's some sort of deficiency that needs to be addressed, that you would make a change, but I can't see it for the reasons that they're stating. And I'm kind of biased, but I'm part of the Vendome neighborhood downtown. And when you're adjacent to the downtown, you really want to be included in that district, because the things that happen in the downtown core greatly affect your neighborhoods. And in both the other two maps, they've separated the Vendome out from the Hensley and Japantown and separated them over into the Rose Garden area. Well, there's a freeway, a river, Guadalupe Park, and a shopping mall in between us and them. And we're a very small neighborhood. So it's odd. Thank you for your time.
Leonardo Moreno, followed by John Tucker. And just note, we have 21 hands up.
Hi, yeah, I wanted to quickly express concern. So I believe East San Jose should stay together. Bringing in too much people from Berryessa will dilute our voices in East San Jose. Our community needs to stay together so that we can have a voice in City Hall that understands our needs. If you put us with people from downtown or Berryessa, we will no longer have a voice. So I'm asking you to please support the unity map. Thank you.
John Tucker, followed by Hector Moreno.
Hi, my name is John Tucker. I'm here on behalf of, I represent over 3,500 employees of the city of San Jose who live and work and provide services to residents in every corner of San Jose. I myself live in downtown D3. In conversations with leaders of our organization, it's clear that the unity map is the only map that doesn't further dilute votes from marginalized communities, and it's the only map that enhances the communities of interest. I've heard people mention gerrymandering a few times, and it seems to me that this couldn't be farther from the truth. The unity map doesn't seem to be about gerrymandering, but rather fixing gerrymandering that happened decades ago. Maybe the historical memory in this room doesn't reach that far back, but San Jose's had a history of racist redlining that marginalized people decades ago, and not surprisingly, largely coincides with our current lines, both for neighborhoods and therefore elections. This commission needs to consider our history for how we draw these lines, or we're doing a disservice to our communities of interest, who most certainly have been shaped by this racism. The commission must not further divide marginalized communities at the benefit of those who have already gained an outsized share of influence. Minimal disruption doesn't work if the original lines that were drawn to marginalize less affluent people in order to dilute their voice in the public square. I yield my time. Thank you.
Hector Moreno, followed by Juan Urbina.
Hi, my name is Hector Moreno. I'm calling because I am born and raised in East San Jose and still currently live in East San Jose. I want East San Jose to be kept together. Your plans to break up East San Jose are not okay. You are adding too much of Berryessa into East San Jose. And by doing this, you will take away our voice as a community. Our community needs to stay together so that we can have a voice at City Hall that understands our needs. I support the Unity map plan because East San Jose should stay together to keep our voice. I'm asking you to support the Unity map. Thank you.
Juan Urbina, followed by Rafael Villagracia.
Hi, yeah, my name is Juan Urbina, and I'm also a resident of East San Jose. I actually live in the Mayfair community, and I've done a lot of community work. I'm a former board member of San Jose Bridge Communities, and I know personally firsthand that the people who are working behind the scenes for the Unity for the Unity map, right, have the right intentions, right? And I stand behind them 100% because I come from a background of being suppressed, of my voice being suppressed, right? Being pulled over because I'm a Latino or whatever you want to call it, Hispanic, Chicano, whatever it is, right? And not being able to speak up for myself and being treated badly just because of my background and the way I look, right? And I support this, and it really bugs me that those that already have a voice are willing to just keep ours suppressed, right? This gets me fired up, and it makes me want to support the Unity map even more because of this. Because I do want to see my people up in the City Hall, right? Having a voice and speaking up for us and what we need, right? Not just for what the rest of the people need, but for what we need as well, right? Having being up there and being able to look for the interests of everybody, not just one or the other, right? We want to be up there too. And I speak for myself when I say that, and I believe that I speak for the rest of the people who don't have a voice, right? If you start breaking up communities, if you start breaking up our community and bringing in people who already have a voice into our community, they're going to have, if I'm not mistaken, I did some homework on this. Nagley Park, I believe, would be added to ours, right? And a lot of people there have more influence and more their voice has more influence than ours, you know.
Raphael, followed by Krista.
Hi, my name is Raphael. I'm speaking as a resident of Berryessa in what is currently District 4, the area of San Jose, which has grown more than any other district in the city. My family and I have lived in San Jose for over 6 years since we immigrated, and today I'm speaking in support of the Unity map. In addition to all the favorable points mentioned by previous speakers, I'm also supporting this map because it keeps Berryessa whole, while also giving clear thought on northern San Jose, East San Jose. With so many distinct neighborhoods in the city, having a dedicated district is essential, and it's going to ensure that this large, diverse community has the representation that it deserves. A good example that I'd like to highlight is the Berryessa flea market dispute between the owners and the vendors. And I think just the Everything that happened there clearly demonstrates the need for a dedicated council. During the last redistricting process, community members from Berryessa demanded all of Berryessa be in one district instead of several, and they were successful. Some of the proposed maps also don't seem to recognize this. To my next point, I also know that the Unity map is not the only map that keeps Berryessa whole, but it's also the best map I've seen in terms of understanding and caring for the needs of my and other communities. I want to emphasize that the redistricting process should take care to consider the people involved in each and every one of these districts. I think that the Unity map does this. To me, it's mindful of who this process affects and how it affects them. Given all that, I also want to give appreciation for sponsors of this map, bringing together such a powerful coalition. Thank you all for your time.
Krista, followed by Fryalin.
Hello, good evening. My name is Krista Delatorre, and I'm here on behalf of the South Bay Labor Council to speak to the Commission in support of the proposed Unity map. This map isn't about politics. This map is about people. The Unity map will keep communities together and ensure that every San Jose City resident has a fair say in the representation. Unlike other proposed maps, the Unity map will not dilute the voices of working people or marginalized groups. It has been carefully thought out by civil rights and community leaders, and it also continues to gain support from a diverse coalition of community stakeholders. Of the proposed maps, the Unity map is by far the best for working families and renters. It brings renters together in a city where homeowners are disproportionately prioritized and renters are left vulnerable. For instance, the exceedingly large number of multifamily rentals that lie along the I-85 near Blossom would be considered as communities of interest by the Unity map. By comparison, other maps that have been proposed are blind to these realities of working people. For instance, the draft city map forces very affluent communities into working class areas, which would strip away the voice of working people. Moreover, by conforming to the Fair Maps Act and the California Voting Rights Act, the Unity map promotes fairness and ensures that ethnic coalitions have an equal vote in their district. The Unity map also works to address San Jose's long history of redlining while keeping communities of interest together. This includes Fruitdale, the Rose Garden, College Park, Penitencia, Alum Rock, Berryessa, Evergreen, Silver Creek, Nagley Park, Little Saigon, Communications Hill, Seven Trees, and Willow Glen. It is in no way gerrymandering San Jose. Not only is it compact with easy to identify whole districts, but the Unity map fully considers San Jose's unique boundaries and their intersection with unincorporated county land. The Unity map, simply put, is our best option. It understands how to keep communities of interest together, ensure equitability, and value the voice of every San Jose City resident. Thank you.
Fryalin Castro, followed by Ruben Navarro. I may be pronouncing it wrong.
Hello, hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for everyone who presented their maps. And I don't know about anything about redistricting right now. I just saw this and I wanted to put my voice in. I'm also a resident of District 5, and I've heard about the the callers about what's happening at District 5. And I just want to know more about the Unity map and how it is that what good is it for working families and what's good for the school districts. As you know, in the east side, the school districts are not really good. What will be uh, what will be the resolution for this, and if the Unity map is also a good thing for everyone, especially for working families with children, and because a lot of people are also working here and they have kids. I want to know if this is a good the maps, all maps are also considering this, and not only about every Latino, Mexican, Hispanic. There are also Asians here who are living in this district, and I want to know what are the advantages and what's good for everyone, so that all voices can be heard. With that being said, thank you everyone for doing all of this, for getting people educated, and I also want the maps, as someone said, to be clearer and to have a better explanation on what's happening for everyone that's checking this out. Thank you and have a good night.
Ruben Navarro, followed by Huascar Castro. Okay, Ruben, your software is out of date, so we promoted you to panelist, but you will need to update your Zoom software after this meeting. So Ruben, you can talk at will. You are on the panelist side.
I'm so sorry. I was muted. I didn't realize. Hello. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ruben Navarro, and I have many hats in the community. But today I'm speaking as a D6 neighborhood advocate. And, you know, a lot of people always say, why does D6 need someone to advocate for their neighborhoods? And the reality is that there's a lot of low income neighborhoods that don't have a voice in District 6. We have a large affluent people in our community, neighborhood associations that pay attention more to the affluent community. And, you know, I've been looking at all the maps, and I wish they would be redrawn differently, but the reality is that of all the maps that are out there, I looked at the Unity map that takes most of consideration equity, where, you know, this is San Jose, the 10th largest city in the country, and also one of the most diverse cities in the country. And I believe that when we redraw the district council maps, we have to make sure that we take equity into consideration, and that should be the most forefront thing to take into consideration. It might be easy to just move some lines of the current maps, but the reality is that there's redlining in our history. If you go to all the commissions, to the Housing Commission, they will literally keep saying that our city has been redlined for decades. So I'm asking, and I'm giving my support to the Unity map. I hope you guys, as commissioners, you have a hard job to do. I've been there, but really the number one thing that you guys should always take into consideration is equity, and make sure that every vote has a voice. Thank you so very much, and have a wonderful evening.
Oscar Castro, followed by Corey Quevedo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Huascar Castro. I'm speaking today as a member of the public and resident of San Jose Council District 3 in the Horace Mann neighborhood. As this commission continues to explore new landscapes through redistricting, I ask that, like any other initiative, that the city take racial equity into account and ensure that any decisions that are made give residents of all backgrounds the opportunity to have a voice in our civic process. For that reason, I would like to express my strong support for the Unity Map, which was created by civil rights and community-centric leaders with years of experience living in San Jose. It was crafted with these insights in mind. The coalition of leaders and additional community organizations supporting the Unity Map is growing daily. This is how we get a fair map. This is how we build consensus. The Unity Map is good for renters. It brings renters together in a county that tends to in an area that tends to prioritize the needs of homeowner majority with many vulnerable renters. For example, areas along the I-85 near Blossom Hill, where a disproportionate number of multifamily rentals lie, are brought together as a community of interest. This makes the former District 2 much more diverse as an electorate. The Black population in former District 2 grows significantly by more than a third. In order to ensure that communities of all backgrounds have a voice, the Unity Map does exactly that through uplifting the voice of communities of color across the city. The voice of Latinx voters grows across the city, particularly in areas of D6 and increasing strength in D3, 5, and 7, as well as the voice of AAPI voters, which are growing in several different districts. I look forward to seeing this process continue with the exact essence of racial equity taken into account moving forward. Thank you very much.
Corey Quevedo, followed by Tamwin.
Hi, thank you. I'm here to support the Unity Map. The Unity Map keeps the Washington Guadalupe full and ensures voices aren't diluted. This is a critical community of interest, both through a geographical and equity lens. It is one of San Jose's most historic Chicano Mexican American districts. The area is designated Historic Conservation District. The portion of Willow Street that passes through the district makes up the Calle Willow Business District, made up primarily of Spanish-speaking businesses. It also ensures a powerful neighborhood and equal vote by placing Washington Guadalupe in the Unity Map's Eastern Downtown District, including Sofa and Spartan Keys. two other predominantly Latino neighborhoods, therefore keeping together an ethnic community of interest. Other maps split this community, such as District G, Map A, which splits Sofa and Spartan Keys from Washington and Guadalupe, or District 7, Map C2, which is also separates them. Other maps are dangerous for this community of interest, heavily diluting the vote of this ethnic bloc. For example, District 6, Map C4, places part of Washington and Guadalupe in the same district as Willow Glen and others wealthier and wider areas that are more likely to vote. Thank you.
Sorry, Tam Nguyen, followed by Edmundo.
Good evening. This is Tam Nguyen. First of all, evening, everybody. Thank you for your hard work and the opportunity to participate. I am a long-time resident of San Jose for 42 years, and I live in District 7 now. Within the past 2.5 months, through Vivo of Community Foundation, I had the opportunity to talk to a lot, hundreds of residents who shares a lot of their support and concern for so many. We need to stay together. Luckily, I would like to support the Unity map, and also would like to share with you that unfortunately, there are a lot of monuments or community interests are stay within the District 7 and in very close proximity. Especially this weekend, we're celebrating the opening of the VASC, the Vietnamese American Services Center, which is a new addition to what we need in our community. One caution though, in the future, if the city decide to increase to 14 districts, then we would like you to continue to support and to maintain our community together. On that note, I thank you for your hard work and better for all the cities overall. Thank you.
Edmundo, followed by Art Maurice. Just a note, we have 12 hands up currently. So that's Edmundo.
Yes. Good evening. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose, District 3, and I support the Unity maps. The commission must consider our history when we draw these lines, or we're doing a disservice to our communities of interest. The Unity maps keep the neighborhoods and communities of San Jose whole. It was drawn with each of our communities of interest in mind. The Unity map remains compact with easy to identify whole districts while promoting fairness, ensuring that ethnic coalitions have an equal vote in their districts, and conforming to the Fair Maps Act and the California Voting Rights Act. The Unity map understands growth in a way that makes sense. Thank you.
Art Maurice, followed by Eunice Chun.
Hi, this is Art Maurice. I'm in District 6. I'm president of the Corey Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking for myself as this is the first redistricting meeting I've attended and I don't have approval from the board. With that in mind, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Andrew Didlevson and vote for Plan C3. It keeps Corey Neighborhood in D6, where we have spent many years, 20 in fact, building relationships with several D6 city council members. To move us into District 1 makes us start this process all over again. Thank you for your time.
Eunice Chun, followed by Imelda.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Eunice Chun. I'm Executive Director of Korean American Community Services located in West San Jose, District 6. We have been serving San Jose residents for more than 42 years. I'm a resident of South San Jose, District 2 as well. I support Unity Map because it represents fair representation of people of color, especially the AAPI community. The number of AAPI population grows rapidly in the city. However, the voices of AAPI voters are not strong enough to represent ourselves fairly. Keeping and bringing communities and neighborhoods together who have a similar communities of interest is very important. I believe the Unity Map promotes fairness, ensuring that ethnic groups of people have an equal voice in their district. Again, thank you for all your work and consideration.
Mac Todd Young, followed by Gina Gates Lopez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mac Young.
and I'm here speaking on behalf of SEIU, USWW, and we're supporting the Unity Map. And in the while I've been in San Jose, in the area, the Black community faces a lot of derogatory and redlining, and who knows, racism. And with the Unity Map, we keep the communities together, the neighborhoods together, and we can go a long ways. It's time to stop breaking our communities up. We need to support our LBGTO communities. I think I said that right. Oh, sorry, LGBTQ communities and our rent and multifamily residents. By doing so, we would also enable or give the younger people a better chance of having some continuity, as well as stop some of the medieval or old ways of doing stuff. Everybody's saying we want to move forward, we want to be one, but if you keep holding us back in the years of 40s, 50s, and 1940s, 50s, and 60s, you're not going forward. We're stopping everything. We need to keep the Unity Map as it is and select the Unity Map, regardless of what anybody else say about what they think it is. Take it from the people who live there. You're hurting us. Thank you for your time and effort, and I yield my time back. Have a nice evening.
Gina Gates Lopez, followed by Alici Tulua. Gina?
Good evening. My name is Gina Gates Lopez. I live in District 3 in the San Antonio and Bonita area. I used to live over in Willow Glen, and also as a young girl right by Washington Elementary School. So my family has been here for many, many years. I am an old lady. I've raised my kids here. And I just would like to share some information. Andrew, everybody does not know about this. Understand that very clearly. Everybody does not know about this redistricting that is going on. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, our city is not providing this information in Spanish or Vietnamese. And so we are missing a very big section of our wonderful community. The second thing I would like to point out is, do you guys realize that we live in one of the most fantastic places, nothing like it in the entire world? There's one bridge in San Jose that connects Vietnam to Mexico, and that's right there on Story Road. Our communities together, 3, 5, 7, we have grown together and our voices are together. We have various representation, and that is what we need. If you're wondering why folks aren't here, but we've got Willow Glen folks, people, and from other affluent areas, it's because our people are working 3 jobs. And that's wonderful that you are doing that, but please understand there is a difference and we're all wonderful. Please open your hearts, open your minds, and do consider the Unity Map has been put together by leaders that truly represent the interests of the people that don't get to stay home.
Alici, followed by Jennifer Mansfield.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I also just want to echo what our previous speaker has shared. My name is Alici Tulua, and I'm a Pacific Islander advocate organizing our Pacific Islander community in San Jose and in the larger Santa Clara County. San Jose holds the 4th largest Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population out of all California cities, and this is behind Los Angeles, San Diego, and Sacramento. Our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population in San Jose is even bigger than that of Long Beach. Imagine that. Our community is largely invisible, even though we're one of the fastest growing populations in the state. Our community is also very spread out, across the city, which dilutes our ability to have a collective voice. We joined the efforts to draft the Unity Map because of its promotion of equity for marginalized communities like mine. And this is the first time our community has been taken into consideration for this process in San Jose. San Jose has had a history of racist redlining that largely coincides with current district lines, both for neighborhoods and therefore elections. This commission must take into consideration that history and how these lines are drawn, or we're doing a disservice to our communities of interest. I'm here to show support for the Unity Map. It brings our communities and neighborhoods together, including mine, and it doesn't dilute voices for marginalized communities like mine. Please take that into consideration. Please take the considerations of the Unity Map into your deliberation, and thank you for your time.
An update, we have 8 hands up. I have Jennifer Mansfield, followed by Miguel.
Hi, I'm Jenny. I live in District 3 and I've been here in the JJNA neighborhood. I've been here since 1982. I'm new to this process, having only just recently read that it was going on. After some of the things I read about earlier versions, I was pleasantly surprised to see the changes that created the current C3 map, particularly because it keeps the downtown neighborhoods with our very long history of community engagement across neighborhoods together. However, I have to say I'm very impressed by the guiding principles behind the Unity Map, which I'm just hearing about tonight, as they're very much in line with my own values. I haven't had the opportunity to study the maps sufficiently to express definitive support of one over the other, but I would like to say that I'm disturbed to hear the accusations of gerrymandering leveled against the creators of the Unity Map. I don't believe that the definitions that were read earlier really mesh with what the Unity Map is trying to accomplish. It's not about trying to create an unfair advantage, but about undoing unfair advantage that was created in the past. So I would at least like to, I am certainly leaning toward full support of the Unity Map, but I would at least like those that are deliberating on it not to bring gerrymandering into this. I think that is flawed reasoning. Thank you.
Miguel, followed by Neil Park McClintock.
Hi, I'm a 5th grader and I live in East San Jose. I'm here because I want to tell you to keep our community together. The kids from schools near me are my community. Schools in Berryessa are far away. They're not really a part of my community. Please keep us together and do not break up East San Jose, and please support the Unity Map. Thank you for the time.
Neil Park McClintock, followed by Olivia Navarro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Neil Park McClintock. I actually don't live in Cupertino, or sorry, in San Jose. I live in Cupertino, so it's kind of odd for me to be commenting, but I just wanted to say that one thing we've been looking at in Cupertino, myself and some other advocates, is getting districting in Cupertino. The reason is that we see without districts that certain communities are not able to be represented in city council. And so applying that framework to San Jose, the lines really are not just about geography, and they're not just about the names of neighborhood associations. It's also about the actual people too, and their needs as well. And needs transcend the boundaries of a neighborhood association. So when I think of Cupertino, we're lacking equity in part because we don't have lines. You all have lines, and yet there's uncertainty over whether or not equity should be part of the conversation. So I'm supporting the Unity Map today. based on that. And thank you.
Olivia Navarro, followed by Adam.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Olivia Navarro. I am the neighborhood commissioner for District 6. Today I speak on behalf of myself and also as a resident of D6 and a former and grown up and lived in the Tamian Neighborhood Association. My dad used to be the president when it originally started. So I have had an opportunity to speak with my neighbors on the opposite side in the Tamian area that would be directly impacted with this redistricting. I am in support of the unity map. I also want to echo what my husband, Ruben Navarro, mentioned earlier. There are disproportionate parts of District 6. A lot of people might not know that. There are areas where they're severely impacted, and we do have actually large parts of renters in this area. So when you're looking at the redistricting commissioners, I hope that you listen to my voice in particular, because I'm one of the ones that's going to be directly impacted, and so is my family. And if I'm in support of this and I'm going to be one of the ones that's going to be impacted, I think that should be one of the important key factors, to listen to the people in the community. I do understand that you have to look at density, but you do also have to look at the makeup of the community. And I grew up in Tamian neighborhood, and I remember specifically that 87 was the other side of the tracks. And when we did move over to the other side of the tracks, it's pretty blatant. And unfortunately, we do have to have border lines. But I'm hoping that if you guys support the unity map, it will be more equitable, and it would provide an opportunity for everyone, both in D6 and D3. And I'm only speaking in that area because that's where I live, that you guys.
Adam, followed by David Knoll.
Hi, my name is Marissa. This is my husband's account. His name is Adam. I'd like to voice my support for both the community map and C3 map options. As a third generation Vendome resident, I find it important for the Vendome and other nearby neighborhoods to be in the same district as downtown, and important to keep downtown unified. Thank you.
David Knoll, followed by Tim Clausen.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I've lived in the District 9, District 10 area for about 50 years, and we've been in our home in District 9 for 34 years. I'm the president and co-founder of Erickson Neighborhood Association in District 9, and I've been president for about 10 years. Previously very active in the VEP Community Association in District 10 for about 10 years, and I was president for 3 years there. So very familiar with District 9 and District 10, and that's my perspective tonight. The Erickson, Thousand Oaks, Pinehurst, and Tatra neighborhoods are closely connected as a contiguous residential area sharing the same transportation corridors, especially Pearl Avenue and Vision Zero corridors, including Branham and Hillsdale. We share our community library, neighborhood schools, shopping areas, traffic patterns, restaurants, transit lines, and so on. So I request that the commission not split our 4 neighborhoods. The Erickson, Thousand Oaks, Pinehurst, and Tatra community of interest tends to spread west, south, and north, much more so than east, with Highway 87 serving as a natural boundary to our shopping, our schools, and so on. So if we do need to move, I realize we're on the edge of the District 9, we would have a lot more in common with District 10 and not District 2. I really appreciate the draft plan C3, which strives to minimize changes and preserves deep relationships that and institutional knowledge that have been built over many years with council offices and adjacent neighborhoods. I like that the fact that District 9 in the draft plan C3 is geographically compact and manageable, and
Tim Clausen, followed by Jose Posadas.
Hi, I want to thank you commissioners for your time and effort and what you're putting into this, and also everyone that's presented a map. I'm the president of the Vendome Neighborhood Association, and as a resident of the downtown, we find that we feel really strongly in supporting the community map, along with now looking at this new version of C3 map. It holds the downtown together. We're a historic neighborhoods all bound together. The unity map, as they're calling that, is tossing us out of the downtown core and putting us across a river, a freeway, expressway. Has nothing to do with downtown, and that's where our common interests are, and all the changes that are happening in the downtown core. So again, I strongly support that, and I'd like to also second what Bonnie from D8 said. I hope that the charter rules and guidelines are completely being looked at each and every one of these maps that are being presented, so that we know that we're following the rules that keep us a democracy. Thank you.
Jose Posadas, followed by caller with a number ending in 1707.
Good evening. My name is Jose Posadas, and I'm going to be speaking solely about District 3 and the C3 map. I'm an immigrant to San Jose and have lived 50 years in a working class neighborhood of Northside. I've worked with many of the 31 neighborhood associations that comprise District 3 over the last 20 plus years. I want to make the case that the Washington neighborhood should be in District 3 because of its proximity to downtown and specifically along South First Street, as well as Spartan Keys because of its proximity to San Jose State and the sporting events that take place at the Spartan Fields around that neighborhood. I agree with Commissioner Barragan that Little Portugal should remain in District 3, as well as the last speaker who spoke on behalf of the Vendome Neighborhood Association. McKee neighborhood, or actually the spur along McKee Avenue, I believe extends too far east. It probably should end either at 101 or at King. And I definitely want to keep the historic downtown district in District 3. I don't think that it should be split in two. As one of the speakers said earlier, a lot of the downtown issues spill into the surrounding neighborhoods. So that is the common interest that a lot of the neighborhoods have, is that the issues that affect the downtown core eventually spill out, whether it's to Washington or whether it's to Horace Mann neighborhood or other surrounding neighborhood associations. And so those are the comments I would like to leave with you tonight. I thank you for your volunteer time as commissioners, and hope that you can take in all of the positive feedback that you're getting from a lot of the neighborhood associations and community leaders. Thank you.
Caller with a number ending 1707. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Nancy Keogh from the West Evergreen Neighborhood Association in District 7. I love my district. I love our city council representative. I want to remain in District 7, and our district has been cleaned up very well. We have had so much progress, so much done in our neighborhood with our district council representing us and hearing our voices. And I'm not comfortable hearing that District 7 in the Whaley neighborhood, in the West Evergreen neighborhood, will be a part of another district. And representation is very inadequate already. And so therefore, I prefer that District 7 in the Whaley neighborhood for the West Evergreen Neighborhood Association remain where they are in District 7 and not moved or redistricted anywhere else. Since other districts can barely handle what they have now, adding on to another area would just make it even worse, and some people will not be represented like they're supposed to be. Thank you so much.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who gave public comment and stayed is a very long meeting, so we appreciate your comments. Our next step here tonight is to propose some lines with Chris of Redistricting Partners through the mapping software. But before we do that, it's been a long meeting, so why don't we take a break to stretch, go to the bathroom, get some water, and come back, let's say 10:05. Okay, I'll see you all then.
Okay, and Adina, I don't see that you're muted, but I'm not hearing you. Is that just me?
Thank you. I had my phone on mute as a precaution. That's user error. Thank you. I had just said we'll wait a minute for everyone to come back. Tony, do we need to take a roll or are we okay to continue?
You're okay to continue, but we're going to check and make sure you have a quorum. And it looks like you do, just looking at the screen.
Okay, great. Then we are back so for this phase of the draft map discussion, what we are going to do is review draft plan C3 and draft plan C4 with Chris and offer our suggestions for any changes to the lines as they exist. And my understanding, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can do this in real time to try to see what impacts certain changes might have to other district lines.
Yes, so what I have up, if everyone can see, is Maptitude. It's the program we use to draw the district lines. And to just orient everybody, so this is Plan C3. You can see I've shaded the draft lines. The outlines in black are the draft lines. The pink lines are the current city council lines. So you can see where, like in District 6, like along this area has moved into District 6. And I was, if the chair would like, one thing I could do to start is look at Little Portugal and unifying it back into District 3. Currently, it's in District 5. This I checked before. It is possible. It moves. It looks like 3,143 people from District 5 to District 3. It of course changes the deviation slightly. But because 3 is underpopulated in its current configuration and District 5 is overpopulated, it's not a major, doesn't really create huge imbalances within the plan. You can see that here's the pending changes box. So sorry, I misspoke. It's 3572. So you can see what happens with this addition. District 3 then becomes overpopulated by 2.18%, and District 5 is underpopulated by 1.43%.
Okay. And then in current configuration, do we have, I was wondering if we could play around with the south boundary line of District 3 while we're here. I heard some public comment about the Spartan Keys neighborhood, which is kind of, let's see, below, I think,
It's right in here.
280. Yes.
Oh, yeah. So just before, would you like me to make this change by moving Little Portugal into 3? Or no?
Yes. Yes. I think that would be interesting to look at.
Into 3? Looks weird.
I think that was the testimony of a couple of commissioners, Commissioner Berrigan. And also I just wanted to point out on this map that Roosevelt, Park, Five Wounds, and Little Portugal then would all be united in District 3.
Okay.
And then you were asking to move to the southern border of 3.
Yes, I just made a note on the C3 plan after hearing public comment about the Washington neighborhood and Spartan Keys, which I believe currently is below the is in District 7. Right, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think one of the things, if we move this up, we're going to have to take from the current configuration, like District 3 is now overpopulated. Let's see how this works. If we move all of, you said Washington, and then this is Spartan Keys. It's rather large area, so I don't know if you want me to take all of it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there also may be a different definition too.
I'll have Commissioner Berrigan maybe chime in because my interpretation of Spartan Keys is it goes to down Center Road to about like 2 census blocks to East Alma Avenue.
So here.
That's what I was envisioning.
This is Commissioner Berrigan, District 3 seat. Spartan Keys neighborhood, the boundary would be, the eastern boundary would be Center Road. And it would go down into right just above the San Jose State Complex, which is the right across the street from the Spartan Stadium. I can't zoom in on the map that I'm looking at. Let me see if I can zoom in on the phone.
It's important to see that D4, the proposed map D4 is pretty in line with kind of what y'all are trying to do right now. So if you want to take a look at that, they already have the 2 neighborhoods that we're trying to add in here on there. So Chris, if you hop over to that one, if you could, or had the ability to, those 2 neighborhoods are already in District 3 on that map. D4 pretty decently follows the first presentation map from the leadership groups. It doesn't follow it exactly to the letter, but it follows it decently closely enough. If you wanted to, if the commissioners wanted to be able to flip back and forth between draft C3 and C4. I've been doing that periodically throughout the meeting just to see big differences there. So yeah, the Spartan Keys, Washington neighborhoods are all in District 3 on the D4. The only section we would need to add for D4 would be the bottom half of Little Portugal between Allen Rock and San Antonio along South King Road. That would be the extra addition just to have that area be whole. But yeah, again, it follows pretty well along with the Unity map. I'm sorry, I forgot its name for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Unity map that was presented. I imagine that you and that group came to similar conclusions. Like I said, it doesn't follow it exactly, but it's a pretty decent baseline to jump between.
So this is so I've colored I've swapped out this is now C4 as the layer, and you can see that Guadalupe and Spartan Keys down to Alma is included in this District 3, which there had been discussion again that this splits Vendome out, Civic Center, Rosemary, and is a different configuration than C3. So parts of it align to the Unity map, parts of it do not. So I think just for we can go back and forth between plans, but I can only have one active plan going at a time. So but we can toggle between layers so we can see the differences between C3 and C4.
Chris, this is Dee Berrigan, Commissioner Berrigan. So what I was mentioning about the Center Road, so that is the eastern boundary of of Center Road up to Highway 280, and then down along Alma South, that is the Spartan Keys. That will span all the way until First Street, South First Street. This is actually leaving out a section of District 3 currently, which would be the Goodyear Mastic neighborhood that currently resides in District 3.
District 6, yeah. So, so I think that if we want to use C3 as like a baseline, if we want to expand and take in this larger chunk, right, of Washington, Spartan, Goodyear, Mastic, then a large portion of northern, or a portion of C3 must shift. And I don't know where you would want to put it, but like D7, like with this change, without Goodyear Mastic, you're moving 12,000 people from 3 into D7, from 7 to 3, and you're overpopulating 3 by 12%. Can someone mute themselves? I think they're walking, or
it's really... actually Dee's microphone.
Oh, okay. So, and this would also underpopulate District 7, thank you, by 7%. So you're going to need, basically what you could do, let's say we try to do the whole thing, you could move like a portion of this portion on the east side of the 101 into D5, and then move part of, and again, this is just, I'm just trying to provide ideas. You could move part like Hillview and Castle Foxdales. I don't know if the populations would work, but you could expand this section here into D7 to try to swap populations, because basically you need to do a 3-way swap to really make to work on the map from 7 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 7.
Right. And what about that northern part is untouchable, correct?
Oh no. I mean, I wouldn't say anything is untouchable. I would just say that if this is the move we were going to make, then we should probably look at these 3 districts. You could also, I think one of the issues, right, is D4 is already overpopulated. So if, let's say, we move D4 south and use the 101, then more of D4, right, would have to go into D5. So you'd have to, by doing that, you could move the border up, and you could take in Penitencia and Noble, the neighborhoods. But again, that's kind of, a lot of COI testimony has been that they want that Berryessa and Penitencia wants to be united in District 4 as it currently is. And again, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So what I'm looking at in the very eastern tip of District 3 currently, which would be just past Las Plumas and Checkers. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out what street that is near Alexian. But that currently, okay, so it's just west of Independence High School. So that, yes, correct, that line right there that you're going north to south, that west of that street is District 3.
Yeah, and see, this is the current line right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay, the black line, correct?
The sorry. So let me go back. So this pink line is the current lines. This like black, which you can't really see, but basically this is the draft line.
Okay.
So the draft lines extend District 3 farther east to include,
What if we brought that inwards west towards that original cutoff line, or even, we could make that District 5.
Yeah.
Or even District 4,
Well, because of the populations, it would be easier to go this direction, right into 5, because it is underpopulated and 3's over. So, Oh, here, sorry, I need to, well, if you want to look at it in, I
What
need
is
to move
what
this
does
off.
that do currently for District 3 if we shorten it in length on the eastern border?
Like this. Yeah, so this would move 2,690 people into District 5. And basically it would put it overpopulated by 1.2%, and it would underpopulate District 3. It would make it negative 0.47 under. So basically, this would create more wiggle room to move
so that
a portion of this area up.
With that excess room there, now that we have that surplus, now if we go back south towards the Goodyear, Mastic, and Spartan Keys neighborhood, south of District 3, we can expand the Spartan Keys neighborhood south to Alma.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think you're gonna have enough. Well, we'll see. Let's test it. Just a second. I just want to make sure I wasn't. Okay, so let's try and move 3.
Excuse me, Commissioner Berrigan, if you don't mind, while you're not talking, would you mind muting your line? There's still a lot of echo or static. Thank you.
Come on. Okay. So if we want to move this whole area in, too much. I think we're gonna have to do. Yeah, this is. So yeah, this is already. You can see District 3 now is almost over by 10%. So I think the issue. It's not an issue, but this area of the city is really densely populated. So making shifts here is going to create like a domino effect of needing to do, make other changes. So this population shift is actually 14,439 people. Yeah, so and it's split in a 60-40 split between District 6 and 7. And so it results really in, you're almost at the deviation of the current lines. The total deviation with this shift would make the map 21.6% total deviation.
Thank you for working on that. I know it's a start. I mean,
Yeah, and I think if there's an interest in doing this, I can try and figure out where to shift. I think one way, if you did this, District 6 could grow maybe to the 87 to pick up population from District 3, but then we'd need to figure out if there's a way to move District 7 north and above the 280, maybe on this side of I don't know if that would work though. It's a trade-off.
So that would not work. That's actually a community of interest called the Brookwood Terrace, which is the 5 Moons, Roosevelt, Olander, McKinley, and Bonita. So that's a community that's already pretty much in one there, the southeast part of the district.
That is in current District 7 or District 3, excuse me.
District 3.
So yeah, so so this is, if we wanted to do this swap, we'd really have to think about how to realign 3, 6, 7, and possibly 5 as well. So
it seems that this change would cause a lot of, I guess, we would propagate the issue that we're trying to resolve. And I think this is an example of areas that we won't be able to keep all the communities of interest together, especially those that are bordering the boundaries of these districts. So it would be my recommendation that we leave the south side of District 3 in this map C3 as it is, without adding these additional blocks for now, because of what it would cause. I do see Commissioner Sidbury, your hand is raised.
Yes, I was trying to figure. I thought I heard you say that bringing in Hillview, and I was concerned about the population there because that will put us over in District 7. Can you pull up the population for District 7 once again?
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Well, you can already see District 7 is overpopulated by 2.65% in this configuration.
Right.
So it's at 104.
Go ahead. Say it one more time.
It's at 104,261.
Okay. So why can't we? Wasn't District 8 underpopulated?
Yes, we're low.
Yeah, yes, it is underpopulated. So you can see the districts that are numbered, and then the percentage below is the deviation. So 7 is overpopulated by 2.6. They're almost a mirror opposite, 7 and 8. So you could grow 8 into 7 if that was if you'd like to explore that. And I can zoom in more to the
freeway,
the border. Yes, like the 101, you could move 8 over in and using the 101 as the border.
Yeah. What would that look like?
Commissioner Silver, what do you think? What was your idea? Your comment? Alvarez?
Okay, no, stop. I would also suggest that we try the 101. See what that would look like. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm that's what I'm doing.
Okay, just to see what the numbers would look like.
So if we went up to Dove Hill and Silver Creek, that's a 6,500 person difference, and it would swap it, and then making District 8 overpopulated and District 7 under. We could keep going and maybe do Evergreen too. Let's see what happens here. That's too much. It would make District 8 overpopulated by 7.5 and District 7 underpopulated by almost the exact same 7.6. I think you can, and this is I think one of the issues with redistricting, and as you start changing lines, is you have to start making choices on what's your priority shift. So you could really do West Evergreen, you could move it over into 8, or you could move Silver Creek and Dove Hill into 8, but you couldn't do both. And you can't, and I mean, the other option too would be if you wanted to go up and move Valley Palms over, you could probably do that by itself.
Let's see what it would look like if you just move Valley Palms over and not do what would it do for Valley Palms?
So, and then I just want to make sure. So I'm using the neighborhood lines that were provided by the city. So does this look right to you as the that like the trouble? Okay, so this would move over 4,800 people, and it basically would just reverse the current deviation. So 8 would be over by 2% and 7 would be under by 2%.
Mm,
So this is very possible.
okay, yeah, because we serve the Valley Palm residents. They go to our schools.
Okay. So this would help like unifying the Evergreen neighborhood or USD.
Yeah, because we serve those families.
Okay. Would you like me to make this change?
Yeah, if you could.
Done.
Okay. Commissioner Martinez, I see your hand.
Yes, again, I apologize. I'm working on a small laptop and my vision is not that good. I just wanted to clarify something. Is the comments were made about keeping Ocala a school in D5 is it in D5 under the present lines that you have?
Can you describe where that school is? I was trying to find it.
Ocala, Ocala and Capitol Expressway. It's just east of it. South of White Road. And Ocala is the street.
Okay. What neighborhood is it in?
Well, I'm an old school person. I call it Mount Pleasant, but it's like around the Cunningham Park, Cunningham Lake Park. Ocala's an Elm Rock district school. Basically on Ocala between Capitol and White.
Can someone help me out on this? I'm not really.
Yeah, and I can't see very well. I'm sorry.
So
I know it by landmarks, but
It's by the Hillview Airport.
Right. Yeah, Hillview is
So,
west of Capitol.
Is it in any of these neighborhoods that are in beige? Okay.
No, you got to go to East Ridge Shopping Mall. Let's put it that way. Go down to the East Ridge Shopping Mall area.
Can you give me please? Can someone give me a neighborhood it's in? Because if it's not in the,
Yes. No, not James Lake. It's actually Overfelt.
There it is it's right there below Sundown. There's a neighborhood called Ocala. Right there in the white.
In the white? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Okay. So it's right here. Does this look right?
It's by Overfelt, right there.
Okay.
No,
So it's not, it doesn't look like it's in D5. It's in D8.
No. Ocala is not over. Ocala is, you've got the neighborhood, right? So that should be, I believe the street is Ocala.
Yeah, here's Ocala here. So
and this is, you're up at White, it's between Capitol and White Road.
Yeah, that's White Road.
Capitol and White. So it's right in here. So it's probably
right.
So if we wanted to move,
people are requesting that be in District 5 so it stays in the Elm Rock District.
Got it. So let's move. Let's see what this does.
Yeah.
It's a small so this again is very possible. It would make District 5, you're moving 1,687 people, and it would just overpopulate 5 by 2.8% and underpopulate 8 by 0.43. So this is an easy switch.
Is the Reed Hillview also in D5 at this point? Again, it's going to be just farther down. It's going to be east, right there. You're just going to cross Capitol over to
over here in Welch Park.
So the Reed Hillview Airport.
It's right.
So that's in D8. If you look at maps C3, it's in District 8, but it's kind of right there at the borderline with 8 and 5.
Yeah.
If you were looking at like what you just did, the Ocala Avenue in that neighborhood area, it's directly kind of to the southwest. So if you kind of look
just
down,
right here
down and to the left
in this Welch area.
Welch Park. Yeah, Welch Park, and then just a tidbit south of that. Yeah,
down to Tully.
Something
Yeah,
along those lines
yes.
in a general sense. Yeah.
Yeah, general, yeah, there you go. That would pick it all up.
Oh,
What is
that could
generally
be-
called the Reed Hillview neighborhood, it includes the airport.
So I mean, this would
would take a lot of
this
population.
would take, yeah, and it would end up being, oops, it would end up putting 5 over by
Where-
quite a bit. It would make it 7% overpopulated and 8
Under.
underpopulated. And the other thing is, you would create this like this Valley Palms would have to move too, because
Yeah,
you're cutting it off.
Yeah, I mean, you're adding a little, I think, much more than I was thinking. Like all that Overfeld High and all that. I wasn't adding that. I was more concerned around the corridor along Capitol Expressway.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
closer to the expressway.
Okay, let's see.
I wasn't. Yeah.
So then maybe this, like that.
No.
No. South of it, where it says Welch Park.
Okay, so then
yeah, so include that Welch Park area up to Tully Road, but nothing exactly to the west of it. I get that, that might be a little bit difficult on your end, based on how
I mean, the census blocks are kind of weird.
Is divvied up, but that's
No.
not in our
No.
control.
You know what? Welch Park is right there next to K.R. Smith, is one of our schools, so it's it would not. You're pushing way too far into District 8.
So what about just adding in Ocala?
Yeah, well, at least the Ocala at this point, but let's see what you can do with that later.
Okay.
Speaking about population for D8, I live up at the top of Story Road, but the Warner Heights area is kind of a little nook back at Kirk Avenue, Story Road and Kirk Avenue.
Story Road is here.
And Kirk Avenue up, it's going to be pretty much across the base before you hit the foothill.
Right there.
But, yeah, you see, you were on Warner Heights, right up.
Yeah, so it's already in District 5.
Well, no, but I was saying about it possibly could relate more to D8 if at some point you're looking for more D8 population.
It's too disconnected.
It's pretty far. So I mean, yeah, like you'd have to go through like Mount Pleasant. I guess you could go through Calico Creek, go this way, but then you'd have this kind of strange appendage of District 8 up into the hills.
Yeah, is it D8 that's next to it, or D7, or there? Am I off both?
So this is D5. So this is
I understand.
Yeah. So this is 8 here. So that would be the only district you could move Warner in because of where it is.
I'm just comes to my mind because it's quite a different little enclave for this whole area up here.
It's too stretched out.
Thank you.
No problem.
Are there any other recommendations or changes that you would like to see to draft Plan C3 before we move on to draft Plan C4?
I think this is pretty.
Commissioner Bruns.
So I guess my comment would empty into, I guess, the next session with D4, merely because to reiterate myself, D4 is the closest map that we have to the Unity map right now. I guess I was looking more way down at South San Jose. If you flip between 3 and 4, there's a extremely significant difference relating to districts 2, 9, and 10. That I suppose we'll take a look at when we get in there, but merely because we've been doing a lot of or some looking at right now at the northern and eastern parts of San Jose. So when we move into the next section, that might be a new consideration for us.
Great.
does anyone have edits that they'd like discussed and like worked on in C3? Any additional?
Commissioner Fadem, I see your hand.
Yeah, thank you. I was just looking at District 9 and 6. And is there a way, looking at C3, because it's moving a large portion of District 9 into District 6, but I'm wondering if it makes more sense, and I don't know about the population, if you move District 9 back up to Kirtner, but then coming down the southern part and cutting off District 9 maybe at West Valley Freeway. What does that do with the population if that part maybe goes more into District 10, the southern part? Does that throw it completely off?
So you would like, so here's the current district line. You can see that it splits Willow Glen South. Right. It splits Bagby. It splits Willowvale. The current lines do. If I move 9 north, and I think there has been some testimony of that, that these neighborhoods want to be kept, that want to be together in District 6, but to play out the edit, let's see how much this would be. And do you want me to go all the way to Kirtner up here?
Correct.
Okay.
Because then we're gonna bring back up. There's the southern part of District 9. I think.
You're gonna break up Cherry.
It might not work. I'm just looking at the southern part of District 9, south of West Valley Freeway. Is a different neighborhood actually.
So, I mean, I think one of the issues is going to be that District 6 is going to have to gain population because, you know, and I don't, let's see. So this would shift 7,800 people. It would make District 9 4.9% over deviation and make District 6 under by 8%.
Okay, and that's with cutting it from the southern.
Yeah, that's with using Cutner and then like tracing the. I mean, I guess I could just get rid of this nub and use Cutner all the way across. Right. And that would make it 7,600 people. But you would still need basically, if you think about the map, right? District 6 would have to grow. And the only area it could grow is, I guess it could go and take in this portion here, but I don't think there's a lot of population here between the 87 and then the other option would be it could, I guess, move north and take in Coleman and use the 87. But there had been, I know, testimony about Delmas Park wanting to be in with District 3. So you could use maybe you could see the current line juts like this. You could do that. Then what would happen is District 3 would be underpopulated and you'd need for District 3 to move, probably, I guess it could go north this way. But you need to make sure that this was contiguous with District 4. So it would create a lot of dominoes as we go up the map. But it's, if you want to try a couple different shifts, we can.
Okay. It just seems that the southern part of District 9 is really a different neighborhood.
Oh, this area here?
Yeah, south of West
the 85.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and then again, like if you did this, right, that would balance probably 9 and it would overpopulate 10 with its northern movement. So then you'd need, and 2 is underpopulated now, so you'd need to change the line in here somewhere in the overlap. I don't know if maybe coming west to include Coddle Park, Parkview, and this area. I'm just pointing out options. I don't know if that makes sense, or shifting it this way into Frost and Sakamoto. Moda.
Right. I'm just looking to see if maybe those.
And I would discourage that as representing District 10, because I know I saw in an email that came in, even suggesting having glider moved over.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wondered what difference it made in the population. So.
Totally. That's why we're doing this. So
yeah.
And thank you for the idea. And is this something you'd like us to explore?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it just I think with the way the neighborhoods are, especially the southern part of 9 is just, and I don't know, maybe just shifting it north is what I was thinking.
Okay.
We'll look, let's want to stay together.
So I can work on another variation to see if I can do this. I think the question is, so if we did this, we moved 10 up, would it make sense to move 7 over and kind of do a rotation between all of these districts, kind of using maybe the current line here for Communication Hill. I don't know. I can work with it. I just don't know if the neighborhood splits or the changing combinations are aligned to the community of interest testimony.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. Do you think it's worth playing around with in the next week, Chris, to see, it seems nice because you've got the freeways and like a main streets as boundary lines, but then, like you said, the COIs might not be best represented. But would you be able to maybe give us that as an option next week?
Yeah, I think we can
kind of finalize right now.
Yeah, totally. And I think what I can try to do is some of the shifts that we've talked about, I can try and create variations so you guys can see kind of what the ripples are.
Yeah.
And I think the lines that we make today, like the Ocala change and the Little Portugal change, that will become, I think I'm just going to call it D, Plan D, so that we have, it's not like all C's and numbers, if that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. That works. Great. Commissioner Divelson?
Yeah, I just want to comment on something for Chris to consider when he's going back to consider the commissioner's request from District 9. It may be a little lighter lift if you use, instead of Kurtner, if you use Husted, which is kind of in line with the existing line, but it's my recollection of the letter that we got, the written correspondence from that association is that at worst, they wanted the existing southern boundary to remain the same.
Okay.
So if you use that as a, point of delineation, that may be a way to kind of keep the population numbers a little bit more manageable as you're rotating around districts.
Yeah, let's just see what this, if we use the current line, which is pink, let's see what happens. So, I think so this would allow, so 9 would then be slightly overpopulated. And I think District 6 could move easterly. And I think one thing, the swap could be using this line to take in, I don't know how much population that shifts, because I don't know what I can't remember the density up here, but we could use like the 87 and this current line as the swap. I think we might have to then grow 3, but I can work within these like lines and give you like a visualization of what this would look like, or a plan for what this would look like.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, keeping Bagby all in D6 or something where you're like respecting, not splitting up every one of those little neighborhoods in there, so that again the shifts aren't so drastic, right? I mean,
Got it.
I think there's some play there potentially to accommodate everybody's concerns without having to do such seismic shifts in other districts, because like you said, every move we make creates a ripple effect that then we have to consider and weigh and balance. And, you know, I just want to try to minimize that to the extent possible.
Yeah, I mean, and this would be fine, because this would make 9 1.3, and it would be 6 would be under by 4.7. So you'd have a balanced plan under 10 with this shift with Bagby whole in District 6. With these movements into 9.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Martinez, did you have another comment, or is your hand raised from?
No, I do. Chris, I was going to ask, when you did those changes on Little Portugal, do you have a way of taking a look at what it does to the demographics?
Yeah.
Like the changes that you made. I'm particularly interested in the Latino demographics. Then how will 5 end up, and how will 3 end up?
So if we look at the data table, with that change, District 3's Latino CVAP is 45.99, and District 3's is 32.12. Under the shifts that we made with Little Portugal and the Ocala neighborhoods.
Would you repeat that again?
Sure. So currently with the Ocala and the Little Portugal shifts, District 5 has a Latino CVAP of 45.99, and District 3 has a Latino CVAP of 32.12.
What about the Asian population?
So you can see District 5 is at 37.445 CVAP in District 5, and District 3 is at 27.34.
Okay, I just was going to make a comment just in general as we proceed. You know, that the Unity map is trying to deal with a broader issues across the city beyond every single district. And my looking at the demographics, the CVAP demographics, is that right now the C3 plan, as we were talking about it earlier, well, let me back up a little bit. The Latino population of the city is about 34%, I think. And so I'm just using that number as a benchmark for representation. So, for example, in the C3 map, before we did any changing, it only has, the C3 map has Latinos having 34% minimum in 2 districts, 5 and 7. And the Unity map, I believe, it provides more of a spread, so it provides Latinos at like at 34% in District 3, as it was. Now, your change right now reduces that District 3 Latino population from 34. And again, I'm just thinking in general, I don't think that Latinos wanting to have it, that 34% representation in at least 3 districts. We're a third of the city. So having a significant interest in 3 districts is not overreaching. In fact, anything, you know, maps that give us less than 3 were underrepresented in general. We're not getting our due as far as being 34% of the population. That's just something that as we go on other maps, I would personally be concerned about. And I think that's what the Unity map is trying to get at too.
Yeah, so C3, without the changes that we outlined, had 3 districts at 34% CVAP Latino, districts 3, 5, and 7. But with the shift, as you artfully pointed out, district 3 has moved down to 32% CVAP. So it is right below the city average.
Thank you, Commissioner Faden. Okay, you had your hand raised, I believe, from the last time.
Right, sorry.
Okay. No, thank you. I understand. Okay, so I think that we have discussed our suggestions and recommendations, Chris, for this map C3. And why don't we move on to discuss map C4?
Sure.
Much different for us. Taking that away.
So this is C4. Let me take off with neighborhoods on and the count. Let me make this similar to what we were seeing before.
What do you want to call it?
Okay, so this is now the districts. This is C4. You can see that the draft lines are colored. Let me see something. I think. Let me just make sure that there's not double. Okay, so district. Okay, cool. So the current district lines are shaded, and they have a. Oh, let's not make it gray. Sorry, that was why. They're gonna have a blue outline. And then I'm gonna make the council districts pink, and that's too thick. So this plan really it builds off the first Unity plan, but makes some changes. And one of the problems right now is that, sorry, the numbers aren't popping. So you can see that there are lots of changes to the current lines. You can see especially like District 3, you have the splitting of the downtown Bend Dome areas that have been talked about a lot tonight. You have the tail that comes in and follows, comes down into where District 9 is. District 3 is a very differently shaped. It has some parts, of course, of the current District 3, but then it wraps around and takes in the airport. The thing about this plan, though, is that you have Penitencia connected to Berryessa. It does, though, come into commercial area and kind of splitting downtown. I believe as well that there is, the university areas are I believe are together in District 3. District 7 is similar in a lot of ways to the current District 7, District 8 as well. But you can see that we would need to, well, Ocala is in District 5. I don't know. I think if people want to, the other issue too is you have this interesting kind of, that is in the original Unity plan. You have this kind of like hand where 9 comes in and wraps around. And you have District 2 having kind of 2, I don't know, hands over into the 9 area by including Playa del Rey, Oak Ridge, Westfield, Muir. So there's a lot to unpack. So I'm just wondering where people would like to start.
Chris, one place that I wanted to start and consider looking at was this, I guess the top portion of what is District 6, and what I, in my mind, have heard people call the Golden Triangle, which is that area between the Highway 101, Highway 87, and 880. But basically, if you could take what looks like the hat from District 6, that triangle, what would happen if we closed that and drew the District 3 line into that?
Can I take just 1 second? And I'll be right back. Just 1 minute. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Sorry. No, I just add 20%. All right. So you'd like to move this into District 3?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
what
what
would
she
that be
was saying.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all
There was a knock at my door. I had to go for just a second. So then, would you want to go all the way down to Civic Center?
That looks like maybe the most natural break. Otherwise, you have this little triangle between what is this, 87 and US 101?
Yeah,
Or,
it would create
North
it would
First
create-
Street.
Yeah, it would create a weird thing. So, I mean, this is going to move 5,600 people between districts. And
so you're going a little bit farther maybe than what I had envisioned. The Civic Center, there's West Heading Street. That's what I was looking at. It looks like you're going all the way down to West Taylor.
yeah, that's a neighborhood line, but that's
okay.
But I mean, I can just take it back. So I'm not wedded to the neighborhood lines.
Okay.
As long as it's aligning to your expectations. Let's see.
I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. Just
yeah. So this is to
doesn't cut so much. Out of
heading.
District 6. Yes, that is heading.
Yeah. So that would move 55,000 people, and it would mean that District 3 was overpopulated by 2.9%, and District 6 would be underpopulated by 3.8. That would be within the that would allow for a balanced plan at this point with this change.
Okay. The other thing I was curious to see in this area is what would happen if we made the Freeway 87 the demarcation between 3 and 6.
Oh, here.
Mm-hmm.
So moving.
Yes.
I mean, well, do you want me to make this change? I think what's going to end up happening if you move this population over into D3, and you did this change as well, it would probably make D3 over by, I don't know, 5 or 6% at least, because you're moving a lot of territory over. And so then you're going to have D6 is going to have to grow in some way. We could think about the current plan of D3 or C3, excuse me, and that plan has like Dry Creek and a lot of these neighborhoods in D6. So that's one way you could go. But again, you're going to have to then build population in for 9, which is in this plan under by 1.4%. So you're going to underpopulate 9 and, create new ripples that you need to account for.
Okay, that complicates it, and I feel like the more ripples we create south, it makes it more challenging to fix. Okay, so then I appreciate you showing that. I don't think it works.
Well, this would work. This movement would work. It's just that you can't do this and that, right? You have to either use the 87 or this element, I think, but you couldn't do both.
Okay, then my recommendation would be to keep this first change you made.
Okay.
Commissioner Dillison?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate playing around with the maps, but anybody that's spent any time downtown, I mean, the 87 freeway is the point of demarcation between downtown and what they're calling kind of West downtown, where the Google Village is going to be. And to have this hat that fills up D3 and then have 6 spill over, and again, we're still splitting up downtown neighborhoods when we do that. And I just don't understand why we would do that. What's the compelling case? Because to do that, you're breaking up South neighborhoods that people have said they don't want broken up, and you're adding neighborhoods in the North that nobody has said that they want. So I guess I just want to throw that out there for consideration, that why are we doing this? It's not because we got any feedback from the community saying we want you to do this, right? So please just keep that in mind, because it's a very odd line. And then you come as far south as where the existing kind of lines in D6 are, but you have it on this weird peninsula leg, which I don't really even think it's on the other side of Almaden Expressway, which that neighborhood is not really a part of Willow Glen as I understand it. And so you're really kind of breaking it up into like 3 or 4 very weird pieces. And just for like on a personal note, neither one of these plans, both C3 and this C4 Unity plan, whatever you want to call it, my neighborhood is in D6 regardless. I have no personal dog in this race, but I'm trying to listen to what people are telling us, and I don't see that these changes are responsive to the specific COI testimony that we received. So that's all I have on that right now.
Thank you. I think it's very important for us to consider this map and to make an effort to address some of the concerns that have been raised by the commission. I counted at least 19 members of the public who spoke in support of Plan C4. And my understanding is that one of the mandatory guidelines that we are to abide by on this commission is to ensure that we have equal representation, that each commission district seat is evenly distributed. And this map seems to have a pretty very low deviation. And so I think, I think it's important to give it a serious input.
I'm not disagreeing with that whatsoever, but I'm saying if we're going to do that, then let's draw the lines in the way that they make sense and adjust them accordingly, right? Which is 87 is really the natural boundary of what we know is to be downtown, right? Once you cross over under the bridge and under the freeway under 87, you enter into what they call downtown west, right? I mean, so you're splitting that up very strangely, right? With using, what is it, First Street right now, I think, as the boundary. So if you're going to close that hat, I mean, I would like to see what it looks like if you pushed D3 over to its natural boundary, which is 87, and what we would have to then do in response to that.
So just a quick chime in with that. If we were to move D3 over to 87. I imagine that would take a fair chunk of population away from District 6. We could potentially add some of that population back by expanding District 6 south a little bit to Dry Creek Road. Right now, its demarcation line is Hamilton Avenue and turning into Pine. Looks like there's a fair amount of some population that could be added to, I guess, make a balancing act along Dry Creek.
We did this would so underpopulate 6 by 11%, and we're gonna have to come back to 3 because it's overpopulated. But we could move Dry Creek north. The other thing that this plan does is extends 1 north into Walnut, which we didn't do in C3, and it also overpopulates D1 greatly by that shift. So that's population that 6 could pick up if it made sense to the commission. Moving Dry Creek up into D6 let's see. I mean, you're gonna have to do a lot more. This is only a shift of 20. It's moving it 3%, but you need to move it another probably 4% up. So I mean, maybe you would put Willows in.
I mean, Kirtner is really far south. I mean, as far north as you should push District 6, because Willow Glen High School should be in District 6. I mean, you're splitting up Willow Glen and taking Willow Glen High School out of District 6 if you don't move the line down to Kirtner. I mean, we all have talked about wanting to maintain the schools and the district lines, and so to completely take Willow Glen High School out of D6, again, it just doesn't make any sense, and I have not heard a compelling reason why we need to do that. And I haven't heard anybody from the public tell me that they want that to happen.
Doing this swap or extension of D6 south to Kirtner would make D6 good. I mean, you still be underpopulated by 1.6%, but that would be well within the deviation. The other thing you could do is you could move maybe using the 87 here, and you could move 9 into taking in Narvaez Farm and basically this area here. I don't know. It's not going to get 9 back to population, but it would be a start. And really the only way. So this is the other option too. You've got these 2 fingers, I guess, of District 2 that come in to District 9. So you could shift there. But remember, 2 is underpopulated in this plan. So it's going to have to whatever you take from it, it's going to have to probably take something back because it's getting close to that negative 5%.
So where could two, if you did that move, where could you take two from? 10?
10, because 10 is overpopulated. So, I mean, if we did, I don't know, we did this, we're going to go into communication hell though. Let's see what this is. So that would make, so this is the problem. So we've now made 9 okay, but then we've robbed from 6, or I shouldn't say robbed, we've moved population from 6 as well. And so 6 would still need to grow in some way. We're already using the 87 as kind of its natural border. So again, it could grow south to include all of Badgeby, maybe down into Briarwood like it kind of is in C3. But again, you're going to then have to, like, I think what's with these shifts and the dominoes, I think what would have to happen is 9 would take this part of 2 or parts of this element of 2. And then maybe 2 would take something from 10. There really has to be a lot of shifts in neighborhoods in this part of the map, and then that's going to ripple around as well. You might be able to keep 8 in its current configuration, 8, 5, and 4, but what you'll probably end up having to do is make shifts. If you remember, communication is not in 7 in C3. So it's kind of like we're moving the Unity plan closer to C3 in some ways.
Okay. Chris, could you zoom in, please?
Oh yeah.
To see kind of the 2, 9, and 6 over, yeah, right here. Okay, so if you're 6, if 6 takes the red is included in 6.
Right. So this is the idea, is moving into 9.
Could we take move 9 into 2, like move Parkview, Rosenbaum, The Woods, Skyway into 9?
Yeah. So would you want me to move this into 9, or just leave it as you, instead of go this way into like this?
Right. I'm sorry. Leave that part in 6 and then move 9.
Yeah. Got it. And then you said to 82 to like include the woods as well, or so.
Well, perhaps without the woods and Skyway.
Got it. So this would shift 12,000 people, almost 13. It would make 9 right at 1.8% over, so it would be fine. But then 2 is underpopulated by 17%, so 2 is going to have to grow in a major way. And I think the remnant of that, and the reason that there is that underpopulation, is District 3 is overpopulated by 3% or 10%. So what you would need to do then, if you did this swap, is 2 would have to come up and take in something in 7. So 7 could grow into 3. So you might use like the 280, like 7 could come in and take in Goodyear Mastic, Guadalupe, Spartan, this area, which I know there is testimony to keep it in 3. And then 2 probably would have to grow up into 7 trees and maybe take in this portion of current District 7.
Okay, that seems problematic. Issues. That I don't particularly think that's a good suggestion. All right, any other recommendations, comments, questions on map draft plan C4? Okay, seeing no hands, we will close the discussion on the draft plan maps. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and input, to the public and to the commissioners as well. And thank you, Chris, for walking us through that. And we look forward to seeing the revisions for next week. Moving on to item 6, old business. We don't have any. Item 7, new business. Don't have that either. Item 8, public comment and open forum. On any item that does not appear on the agenda. The Brown Act prohibits the commission from discussing any item that is not agendized. Any member of the public wishing to speak during this open forum, please raise your hand and the clerk will call on you. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes. Can the clerk please call the public speakers?
Rita Beretta.
Sí, buenas noches. Yo soy del Distrito 7.
Can you hold on just a second?
Sí.
To hear the Spanish interpretation for those commission members, please go down to the interpretation button at the bottom and switch over to the English channel. If you're on none, it defaults to no channel, which is the main thing, but the translation will be heard on the English channel. Okay, speaker, you can go ahead.
Ok, yo soy de Valley Palms. Estamos a representación de más de 3,000 personas y no deseamos que sea removido del Distrito 7 porque la mayoría de las personas somos minorías y es importante preservar ese tipo de distrito y confirmar la representación igual en toma de decisiones y arreglar el racismo histórico en la ciudad de San José. Ok, entonces pedimos que no sea removido de este distrito por todo lo que hemos pasado y lo que estamos luchando para salir adelante. Ok, espero a contar con el apoyo de todos los que están participando en esta toma de decisiones. Y que se nos escuche la voz de nosotros los residentes. Gracias.
Okay, Marilu Zepeda.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Did we lose her? Sorry, we've got two people with permission to talk. We're just trying to get it straight. It'll be Marilu Zepeda followed by Cher.
Hola. Hola. ¿Sí?
Hello. You'll get 4 minutes.
¿Sí? ¿Me escuchan?
Okay, but
Continúo, ¿verdad? Soy Marilu.
comience.
Ok, yo soy del distrito 7 de la comunidad de Valley Palms y nos gustaría continuar en el mismo distrito, que sería el distrito 7. Es importante para nosotros continuar en ese distrito y que nuestra voz sea escuchada para que y que no seamos una comunidad mínima donde no nos están escuchando. Eso sería todo. Muchas gracias y que tengan una buena noche y gracias.
And Anita?
Chair?
Are we going to translate for the other members to know what's being said?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, hold on, Chair. I have a question from a commissioner. If you go to you can hear the translation if you switch over. I said to the English channel, which is where I've normally heard it, but it was on the Spanish channel today.
Okay. No, I understand what you said. I'm just
Yeah.
that the other members understand what you just said in English.
Yeah, I switched my channel so I could understand both of them.
Okay.
I did as well.
Okay, go ahead, Cher.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to comment on the process. So it's been a week since we had any new maps. So we waited a week and we had no changes. We just had the same maps. And then it sounds like we're gonna wait another week and we're just gonna have those maybe a couple little minimal changes that were played around with tonight. And so I don't understand, like, we're gonna wait a whole nother week just to get those changes that were just done. I don't know what progress we're gonna make here. I had emailed many of the commissioners. I got only a response from D4 telling me commissioners aren't allowed to talk to anybody. I don't know if I send emails, I don't know if any of you read letters to the public. I don't know if anybody reads my emails. And it doesn't sound like we're making any progress if we're just going to sit for a week and wait for those little changes that were made tonight. But it sounds like that's all that's going to happen, and the clock's just going to tick out, and everybody's, pretty much made up their mind on which things they will or won't support on this thing. So I just think the process is really bad and really unfair at this point. That's pretty much all I have to say about that.
Jeffrey Buchanan.
Hi. Thank you, commissioners, for all the hard work tonight. Just two comments. One, I think it would be really helpful. Certainly appreciate all the work by the commission, by staff, by the redistricting partners team. But it would certainly be helpful as the draft maps are revised to also include either shape files or CSV files in terms of what the shape of the districts look like, to be able to have some better analysis of what the implications of some of these draft maps as they're revised, what they look like. Secondly, we were able to send over to staff in terms of the Unity mapping table, a revised version of the Unity map, including an export of our redistricting plan to be included in Maptitude, so that it could be compared against some of the other plans that were discuss, whether that's, C3, C4, C2, the different plans that were in the legislative file. Certainly would appreciate if that particular plan or subsequent updates could be included in the legislative file. I understand it's probably hard for commissioners to be able to compare, apples to apples, the different plans without being able to go through the whole exercise of having redistricting partners put together the similar kinds of materials to be able to look and compare the different plans. There were some additional points of community input that we received that are, a little bit different than the C4, though we certainly appreciate all the input and all the consideration by members of the commission. Thank
David Knoll.
Hi, thanks again, everybody, for all the work you're doing on this. That's really important. Again, I'm in the Erickson Branham area, and I'm really concerned about the this map C4 and the Unity Plan because it basically rips us out of our communities of interest. If you look at the school district boundaries, I go up north and south, not east and west. I think we could end up being forgotten within a District 2. We have a lot more in common with District 9 and District 10. I'm disappointed that we don't have a District 10 representative on the call today. But I wanted to say, as a neighborhood association president, that nobody has reached out to our neighborhood association ever in this process. So nobody can say that they've reached out to the neighborhoods on these plans. Just as a point of reference, our nearest major community center is in District 10, Almaden Expressway in Camden. So again, I support the original map, the C3. I think that you started out with in the beginning of the meeting that attempted to mirror what we have now and make minimal changes and shape, maintain what's good, make the fixes. Thank you.
Mayor Beekman.
Hi, thank you. This was quite a learning lesson for myself today. Thank you. For as much as I like 3C, it really affected me hearing the concerns of East Side people who, there's a real camaraderie being a part of current D5. And, it'd be sad to break that up. For as inventive and progressive as the 3C maps can be, maybe there's a way, to put our inventiveness and progressiveness to, I was interested in the two maps that were shown tonight to learn how to combine all of the good ideas from each of the maps and come up with some solutions to work on this. I think the three corners of D7 moving into the horseshoe area is really important for the future. And the fact that that is with D6 and D3 around the Google Village area, I think that's a really important concept. I think the D6, it's a part of the Valley Medical Center. That's an important landmark, and maybe that's enough. It doesn't have to have both that and Google, but maybe so. But just to note its important landmark and already being a part of the hospital. And I'm curious, where exactly did the C3 maps come from? Who's the people who are behind that one? We've talked about C4. Each map comes from a certain place. If you can explain where each one comes from, I think we can end the gerrymandering arguments, hopefully, and just concerned that we're all trying to do our best here. And I think we can bring all parts together to reconstitute some ideas of future maps. I hope we can do that. Good luck in our future efforts. Thank you.
Wolfram Schneider.
Yeah, hello, I'm Wolfram Schneider. I already made a public comment last time. And tonight, Nathan was mentioning about the PBIT district that should not be broken up. I did not see this considered, in any of the redrawing. And when you look at the map of PBIT, the downtown core is not ending at 87. So the PBIT district and groundworks is actually moving over towards the SAP center. And I think, that should be considered as well in the future. And another comment, I'm not sure if this was ever brought up, but you also have to have in mind that BORD extension is coming to San Jose, and we probably don't want to have, 3 different districts, with a BORD extension. So when you look at the BORD map, there is, a station on 28th and Little Portugal. There's another one in Santa Clara and another one in Diridon. And I think, your commission should also consider having all 3 BORD station build-ups in the same district. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee?
Thank you so much, Tessa Woodmansee. You guys are doing such an amazing job. Okay, good. Well, working so hard. Yeah, it's a very interesting process. And I guess the thing with C3, C4, nobody, and then you call them unity thing. These are all titles that don't really help newcomers understand what's going on. So maybe you could have more description of what these are. You call it the unity. I guess that's C4. But just some way that we can all follow along, just like with acronyms. It's better not to use those because people don't understand. So anyway, and so that's one comment. And I think keeping our communities, I guess, the way they are, there's a lot of benefit to that. I see that I don't want to change districts, and so that thank you for listening to that. I'm actually part of the Garden Alameda, and I was glad to see that you actually put that as a community, Alameda, but we call it the Garden Alameda neighborhood. And that's, I live on Stockton Avenue, so that's been the border between District 3 and District 6. So hopefully I'll still be in District 6. So I appreciate that. Any of the plans that keep me in District 6, I appreciate. And I guess, going forward, thank you for doing what you're doing. And, just, I guess, the outreach to our community, like I said, I didn't even realize that this was going, like I said, redistricting, you don't really know how important it is. But then there's like, gosh, I could wake up one day and find I'm in a different district. That, wouldn't have been that great. So reaching out, we have our Shasta Hampshire Park Neighborhood Association, but I guess they don't reach out very well about what's going on in regards to this. So any more outreach you can do would be helpful.
Alex Shore?
Hey, my name's Alex. I'm a resident of District 6 and just wanted to thank you commissioners and Tony and staff for staying up so late. I'm on a city commission as well, and I know sometimes these meetings run really late. So thank you so much for what you're doing and thinking about all these neighborhood concerns and individual maps and how to bring equity to our city. I really appreciate the work you all are doing. Good luck in the weeks ahead. Thanks.
Back to the chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the public comment. Item 9, meeting schedule and agenda items. Are there any items that the commission would like to see added on our agenda for next week? Mark, what I was thinking is, are we at a point where we might be able to get a memorandum from your office as far as the compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act and the Fair Maps Act with respect to these 2 maps that we considered tonight?
Not currently. So we do have a consultant that we've retained to assist us on that. And he is, I forwarded him the maps tonight and he's reviewing them. And so when that information is provided, then that will help guide any legal advice that we provide.
I see. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something that might be helpful would be a summary of outreach that's been conducted about the redistricting process, because we've heard that repeatedly from various members of the public tonight about the type of outreach that has been conducted, what's happening now, how can people stay informed. So it might be helpful for the community to be aware of what's been doing to get the word out that this is happening.
Okay. And
thank you. And Tony, do you want to lead the discussion about a possible additional meeting before we present to the council?
Yeah, it's not really a presentation right now. What we're going to do tomorrow is send a doodle out to all of you with potential special meeting dates. And if you can get us, you'll just have to, it's really quick. You'll click which dates will work for you. And then I'll send out those dates and we'll talk about them next week to hold them for special meetings, to make sure you guys have as many meetings as you need to get this work done.
And again, our next meeting is next week, October 28th at 7:00 p.m. by Zoom. And moving on to item 10, adjournment. Thank you again for the members of the public who spoke tonight, and thank you for those individuals and groups who presented. And thank you to the commission. I think we got started on some difficult discussions, and we have some work cut out for us in the next couple weeks. Thank you for your patience and your efforts, and I look forward to seeing everybody next week. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everyone.